Chapter 799. I'm not bullying you. I just want you to be cautious and not underestimate the prodigies of the world. Gu Changa smiled gently and reached out to pinch her nose. He was dressed in white robes with wide sleeves. His face was handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura. However, other than that, he looked like an ordinary cultivator. No one would be able to tell that he had already become an immortal. Even those with a strong foundation would find it difficult to control their own chi and blood. If ordinary cultivators were to approach them, they would be suppressed by their physical aura. They would either be unable to move or collapse easily. Like Gu Changa, he could control all the aura and blood in his body to the point that it was untraceable. Returning to his original state, like that of a mortal, was already a sign of his incomparably profound cultivation. You're not much older than me. Don't talk to me in such an old-fashioned tone. Gu Xian slapped his hand away and said with a look of disdain, Last time you said that as long as I broke through to the supreme stage, you would suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine and fight with me. But you don't keep your word. But she knew that Gu Changa was telling the truth. All these years, the reason why she could improve so quickly was because of Gu Changa's elixir, which was the purple celestial elixir. Although it could not be compared to the real purple celestial elixir, it had extremely strong medicinal effects and could help a cultivator to break through the shackles of the realm. Even if Gu Xian wanted to make every step as solid as possible and reach the peak of every realm, it would not affect her cultivation with elixir, because there were actually 9 types of elixir. Each type of elixir could improve to a different extent and aspect. Some could improve mana, some could improve spirit, and some could improve one's potential. Of course, these were all decided after Gu Changa and Lin Qiuhan to divide the elixir into 9 types. Because even if the elixir formula was not complete, it would still cause trouble during the refining process. And because of the special effects of the elixir, it was easy for a cultivator to become dependent on it. Although Gu Changa wanted to help the people around him improve their cultivation, he also understood that they didn't want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Therefore, after much consideration, he divided the extreme purple celestial pills into 9 different types. They complemented each other, and their medicinal effects were relatively mild and stable. That's why I came to Peach Village. Gu Changa smiled and followed her into the Peach Village. Really? Are you here to see me? Gu Xian looked at him suspiciously. When she saw Gu Changa nodding seriously, she raised her snow-white chin, her small face showing a bit of arrogance. At least you still have some conscience. However, he was actually quite happy in his heart. Other than seeing my Xian heir, what else can I come to Peach Village for? Gu Changa chuckled. Who's your Xian heir? We're not that close. Gu Xian glared at him, but her footsteps became lighter and lighter. She raised her chin slightly and was in a good mood. Then she seemed to have thought of something and repeated, You've only come to see me a few times in these few years. The last sentence was her main point. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Anyway, you don't like me. Hearing this, Gu Changa looked quite helpless. You. Gu Xian stopped and turned back to glare at him. However, she thought about how she seemed to have been too disgusted with him all these years in order to hide her feelings in her heart. Gu Changa wouldn't think it was true, right? For a moment, she hesitated. Should she tell him that she didn't actually dislike him that much? Of course, she did dislike him a lot, but not as much as he thought. However, very quickly, Gu Xian caught the faint smile on Gu Changa's face. She instantly understood that he was teasing her again. She gritted her teeth and threw a punch at Gu Changa. She really wanted to press him down and give him a good beating. How hateful! This bastard always thought of ways to tease her. This time, Gu Changa did as she wished. He suppressed his cultivation to the supreme realm and had a fair fight with her. This made up for the regret of Gu Xian wanting to fight with him all these years. The shockwaves from their fight quickly attracted many villagers of Peach Village. Even the Peach Demon appeared with Yao by her side. She was like the goddess of the river, beautiful beyond words. "Master is here again," Yao Yao shouted in surprise. She didn't grow up in these years. She waved her little hands and greeted Gu Changa. Gu Xiener's masters looked at all this with some emotion. They couldn't take their eyes off it. With their experience, they could naturally see that Gu Changa had reached an unfathomable realm. It was probably just as the rumor said. He had already become an immortal. The biggest culprit behind the Kuan-ji disaster was him. However, they weren't afraid or uneasy. In front of the villagers of Peach Village, Gu Changa had always been easygoing and elegant. Even the young children liked him and were willing to get close to him. Xiener, this girl, also broke through very quickly. It seems that Gu Changa is planning to bring her to become an immortal, the village chief of Peach Village sighed. He was quite envious of Gu Xiener. A true immortal had suppressed his cultivation to her level and fought with her. This was an opportunity that countless cultivators dreamed of. Perhaps only Gu Changa was willing to spoil her like this. Gu Changa had only come to Peach Village a limited number of times over the years. He either came to see Gu Xiener or to visit Yao Yao or Tao Yao. Gu Xiener was very clear about Gu Changa's background, including the Kuan-ji disaster decades ago and the dark heavenly court that was gradually unifying the upper realm. She knew that all these were Gu Changa's handiwork. At first, she was a little worried that things would develop like the rebirth pond. However, she realized that she was overthinking. Gu Changa didn't even reveal his identity in front of the world. Naturally, he didn't wreak havoc in the upper realms. He remained behind the scenes and seemed to have other plans. Of course, this was relative. The dark heavenly court ruled the upper realms and destroyed many clans and forces. It had nothing to do with being soft-hearted. All the orthodoxies and forces lived in the shadow of the dark heavenly court. Zero, however, compared to what Gu Xiener saw in the rebirth pond. These were all trivial matters. They weren't worth her attention. The rebirth pond showed that Gu Changa would personally kill Yu Mingkong on their wedding day. However, the two of them were very loving now. She was often envious and jealous. "Gu Changa, you're not allowed to let me. I won't fight anymore. You keep letting me win." Soon, Gu Xiener, who was fighting with Gu Changa, suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction. Her little face was full of displeasure. "I didn't let you win. It's all because you're too strong in the same realm. I'm almost no match for you." Gu Changa had an innocent look on his face, indicating that he didn't do that. Gu Xiener didn't believe his nonsense. She knew her own strength. Although she could look down on her peers, if she were to face Gu Changa, who was in the same realm, she wouldn't be able to take more than a few hits from him. Now, she was actually fighting back and forth with him. She even had the upper hand. This wasn't going easy on the opponent. Don't try to fool me. Damn it. Gu Xiener looked at his innocent face and became even more angry. "I was thinking that if I let you win this one time, you would be happier." Looking at her appearance, Gu Changa's expression was also slightly restrained as she said softly. He could tell that Gu Xiener wasn't very happy during this period of time. She was hiding something in her heart. Some time ago, Gu Xiener went to the ancient Kanglan world and stayed with her parents for a while. Gu Changa actually noticed this, but when he returned, his mood didn't improve much. Although Gu Changa didn't want to admit it, he knew that he still owed Gu Xiener this girl. "You want me to be happier?" Gu Xiener was stunned. It was rare to see Gu Changa so serious. Her gaze wandered, and her heart was inexplicably happier. She muttered, "I'm happy as long as you don't bully me." Peach Village wasn't very big. It was located in the upper realms abandoned land of immortals. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, it was a vast, primitive forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky. All kinds of ferocious birds and giant beasts roamed about. Normal cultivators didn't dare to approach this place. During this period of time, Gu Changa had nothing to do, so he stayed in Peach Village for a while. After all, it was quite leisurely. Today's upper realm was more prosperous than before, and at the same time there was a rare peace. After the Kuan-ji disaster more than 10 years ago, the Dark Celestial Court began to unify the heavens and realms. This caused the upper realm's environment to become unprecedentedly stable. Normal cultivators could still feel it. In the past, the various clans and orthodoxies of the upper realm were all respected and set rules for each other. The result of this was that there were often chaos and battles between the various galaxies. It was not peaceful. Looking at the current situation, in the long run, the upper realm had more advantages than disadvantages. Chapter 800. In the past, the orthodoxies of the upper realm ruled their own star regions and treated ordinary cultivators as ants according to their own rules. Some of the supreme beings who were exhausted would even go to some ancient planets with life and devour countless living beings to slow down their aging when their lifespan was about to run out. However, after the establishment of the Dark Celestial Court, new rules and regulations appeared. The orthodoxies of the past were no longer superior. Ordinary cultivators were also protected by the rules of the Dark Celestial Court. Those paragons who had started the chaos of darkness didn't dare to be as arrogant as they used to be, treating ordinary cultivators and living beings as food for their blood. This was actually a good thing for ordinary cultivators. After the chaos, the environment became more stable and peaceful. They would naturally benefit from it. On the contrary, the supreme orthodoxies and the immortal forces were the most restricted. They were not as free as before. The birth of an immortal had set new rules. Even they had to abide by these rules. This was an undeniable fact. Gu Changa had told the people around him a long time ago that he would set new rules later. This was very important for him to develop the followers of the Dark Celestial Court. The power of faith was very special. It originated from the devotion of the soul. Even at Gu Changa's current level, he could not clearly explain what the power of faith was. Countless cultivators and living beings in the upper realm could produce the power of faith. The power of faith was not affected by the strength of one's cultivation base. That was why Gu Changa was so considerate of ordinary cultivators and living beings. After all, ordinary cultivators were the most numerous in the upper realm. He was very familiar with winning people over. Peach Village was very peaceful at night. The starry night was like water diffusing a hazy glow. There was an indescribable tranquility and peace in the entire wasteland. The ferocious beasts in the distance were quiet and did not roar. Because of Gu Changa's arrival, the villagers of Peach Village prepared a lot of wine and ferocious beast meat. They built a bonfire. Many beautiful women sang and danced in it. It was very lively. Gu Xian and Gu Changa were very close to each other, hugging each other's legs. Their small faces rested on their knees. Their beautiful eyes reflected the light from the bonfire, as if they were watching everything in a daze. Her head of fine black hair danced in the night wind, some of it blowing onto Gu Changa. Is it because the immortal region is starting to connect with the upper realm? Is that why you're leaving? All of a sudden, Gu Xian's words rang out. Gu Changa, who was grilling meat for Yao Yao, was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "The celestial realm and the higher realms are beginning to connect. Isn't this a good thing?" For many cultivators, the opportunity to become an immortal is a step closer. In less than a few hundred years, the upper realm will be able to return to its former prosperity, and immortals and mortals will no longer be separated. I will head to the immortal region, but at least I'm still far away. Does that also mean that the existences in the immortal region can affect the upper realm? I heard that after the Forbidden Era, the immortal region and the upper realm separated. The existences in the immortal realm in the past, and even those who were far beyond the immortal realm, all ran to the immortal region and spent a long time there. Who knows how deep their cultivation has become? Gu Xian lowered her eyes, looking a little sad. She thought of many things. Tell me, when the immortal region truly connects with the upper realm, will you be able to defeat those people now? She had never asked about Gu Changa's true identity, but from his many arrangements and actions, she could guess that Gu Changa's goal was not as simple as becoming an immortal. He had a lot of plans, and he definitely had a long-term plan in mind. However, it was undeniable that Gu Changa's schemes against the myriad realms would soon be exposed to the world. After the immortal region and the upper realm connected, how would those who had truly entered the immortal realm view this matter? Would there be Gu Changa's past enemies among them? After all, he had reincarnated into this era after the Forbidden Era. Why did he reincarnate? This could not be without reason. So this is what's on your mind? You don't have to worry about this. You just need to understand that there are very few people in this world who can do anything to me. Or rather, in my opinion, no one has appeared. Gu Changa somewhat understood her unhappiness and worry during this period of time. He could not help but laugh, but he did not say anything. In fact, he was not worried about these things because the immortal region and the upper realm were connected. If those existences in the immortal region wanted to set foot in the upper realm, they would have to pay a high price. It was impossible for them to truly descend. Moreover, Gu Changa had been refining and absorbing the drop of demon lord's true blood for the past few decades. In addition, he was also waiting for the true immortal path to appear so that his physical body could be tempered by the light of the immortal path and truly condense an immortal body. Then he could refine and absorb the Tao fruits that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left for him. Those things were prepared by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara to condense the immortal king Tao fruit. In the end, it was a wedding dress for Gu Changa's disciple. So what if it's the king of immortals or the ancestor of immortals? It won't have any effect on me. In the current upper realm, I have the final say. Gu Changa had many tricks up his sleeve, so he was not worried about this kind of thing. Instead, he was a little curious about what the current immortal region was like. After all, the real ruins of the immortal palace were in the immortal region. When the myriad worlds collapsed, it started with the immortal palace. The damage that the immortal region suffered was definitely greater than that of the upper realm. But I keep having a bad feeling about this. Something will happen. Gu Xian raised her eyes and looked at Gu Changa very seriously. What if someone has been waiting for you in the immortal region? Waiting for me? You mean that there will be enemies waiting for me? Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that Gu Xian's words were not on a whim, but really had a premonition. However, in his memory, he could not find any trace of this so-called enemy. Was there really an enemy in this world waiting for him? Knew that he would return from the upper realms sooner or later. Gu Xian's words made Gu Changa think about it. He was a little thoughtful. The daughter of destiny was in line with the operation of the heavenly Tao. It was not impossible for her to pry into a wisp of the heavenly Tao. In short, he still had to be careful to avoid capsizing in the future. After avoiding this topic, Gu Xian's mood was obviously much better than before. She was not as heavy as before. She returned to her previous lively and proud self. She would even fight with Yao Yao for the meat that Gu Changa had roasted. However, at the same time, she complained that the taste was not as good as before. She scolded Gu Changa for forgetting his previous roasting skills. Hearing this, Gu Changa couldn't help but want to knock on her little head. No one in this world was treated so well. She had the chance to roast meat for her, but she was still not satisfied. She really deserved a beating. After staying in the Peach Village for a while, Gu Changa also found that the Peach Demon had recovered a lot of her strength. It was not that she had recovered, but because of the change in the environment, the strength that she could use was much stronger than before. From Gu Changa's point of view, she was a real immortal with 2 strength. Her spirit and body had reached the level of an immortal. In the following few years, in the center of the upper realm, the full appearance of the dark heavenly court appeared in front of the world for the first time. A group of towering and magnificent ancient palaces appeared from an ancient world and spread out endlessly. The southern heavenly gate, the northern heavenly gate, the western heavenly gate, and the eastern heavenly gate fell with a boom. They were simple and ancient, surrounded by celestial mist. as if they could open up the universe. There were countless rules and divine chains of order around them, like a vast sea. Then, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who fought in various races and worlds were reflected in the void. The brilliant light was like the sun rising, illuminating thousands of realms in the heavens. On this day, thousands of realms in the heavens trembled together. Countless cultivators and living beings heard the vast sound of the world, the sound of worship, coming from there, covering the sky and earth. The dark heavenly court established itself as the eternal divine nation and held the first national worship. The vast silver power of faith gathered from all over the world. Above the dark heavenly court, the inextinguishable divine fire was lit and the national weapon was cast. Chapter 801. The mighty silver power of faith flowed and gathered from all over the heavens. It was like a vast silver ocean that gathered at the center of the upper realm. Almost all the cultivators and living beings could see this shocking scene. It was a shocking silver light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, drowning out everything. In the end, it was like a divine fire had been ignited. The vast sound of the world and worship resounded throughout the heavens. Countless cultivators and living beings knelt down piously towards that place. In a short period of time, the divine nation that appeared in the center of the upper realm was descending from an ancient world. It was incomparably ancient and vast. This could already be described as a miracle. An ancient world that had existed for an unknown period of time was occupied by the dark heavenly court. A country was established in it. One could see the endless territory, the vast and endless buildings, the towering divine trees, and the majestic ancient divine mountains. There was no end in sight. Across an endless distance, countless forces and races witnessed this scene that could be called a miracle with their own eyes. In that mysterious country, the vast sound of the world reverberated, spreading to every corner of the heavens. One could even see that in that shining country, brilliant immortal light filled the air. Countless armies riding ferocious beasts appeared in all directions, holding all kinds of heavenly swords and heavenly weapons. It was grand and domineering. The national worship ceremony begins. In addition, 108 Tao attainments stood in all directions of the country. Their Dharma bodies were millions of feet tall, surrounded by divine light. They knelt down towards a palace in the center with incomparable piety. These were the 108 divine generals of the dark heavenly court. They were all Tao attainments and were extremely powerful. They could suppress any race or force. In another direction, 36 people with a strong foundation appeared. Their chi and blood were monstrous. Their pressure was like that of a furnace, crushing the entire universe. The entire star region seemed to be unable to contain their true bodies. They were the clothes of star lords, and all kinds of great weapons hung above their heads. They ruled over various star regions, and the territories under them were boundless. They also knelt down towards the eternal divine nation established by the dark heavenly court. They were extremely pious. In the past few decades, the dark heavenly court had swept through the myriad heavens and realms. It had already developed and expanded. Many experts had followed it. Some had surrendered, and some had willingly submitted. The number of followers of the dark heavenly court had reached an unprecedented number. In this ancient world, the country had long been established, but it had yet to appear in the myriad realms. Now that the time was right, it began to descend into the modern world, appearing there to intimidate the myriad realms. Countless believers knelt down piously and kept kowtowing. Above their heads, a vast silver power of faith surged, turning into silver divine fire that ignited the universe above the dark celestial heavens. Many powerful figures were adding all kinds of immortal materials and sacred items into the silver flames, trying to forge the national weapon of the divine nation. This was a supreme object that was used to stabilize the fate of a nation. It was forged from the power of faith and supplemented with various immortal materials, allowing it to exist eternally. When the brilliant divine fire was ignited, it could burn down a part of the universe. In front of the entire upper realm, the national weapon was cast there. This scene was too shocking. Countless cultivators and creatures who saw this scene fell into shock. Then, everyone saw a blurry supreme figure appear there, shrouded in immortal mist. He began to make a move while chanting sacrificial texts, casting out immortal Tao runes one after another to forge the national weapon. Endless light erupted, so bright that it was like an eternal sun flowing, an unimaginable light that could destroy everything and return everything to chaos. Just a trace of the embryonic form made everyone feel a kind of brilliant aura that could suppress the heavens spread and spread. The national weapon of the dark heavenly court will be cast as the brilliant sun. Gu Changa whispered. His true body appeared, and with the silver true fire of faith, he refined all kinds of immortal materials. Then he began to form a sacrifice to the national weapon, and began to move the great Tao runes into it. He had long planned to refine a brilliant sun into the national weapon of the divine nation. It would hang high in the sky, eternal and indestructible. Wherever it shone, it could destroy everything. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but submit from the bottom of their hearts. They were shocked to the extreme. The master behind the dark heavenly court, he is also the ruthless person who made the upper realms tremble. He has finally appeared. In some self-sealed ancient worlds, many ancient existences who had awakened looked at this scene. Their voices trembled, containing shock and fear. Although they couldn't see Gu Changa's true body, clearly they could see a blurry outline. Just by standing there was a kind of supreme pressure that was naturally emitted, making the heavens tremble. His figure was tall and slender, extraordinary and extraordinary. Strands of five-colored immortal light flowed out from his hair, surrounded by chaotic energy. Tens of thousands of races bowed down to him, and no one dared to disrespect him. This was the most mysterious master of the dark heavenly court. He finally revealed his true body in front of the world. The immortal Tao pressure covered the world, and even the most powerful figures trembled and submitted under his gaze. The dark heavenly court appeared in the world, establishing itself as the eternal and immortal divine nation, illuminating the heavens. Countless forces were witnessing this scene. Some of the most ancient and mysterious forbidden areas, shrouded in fog, had supreme existences who were alarmed and looked over in shock. In the sky above the universe, as Gu Changa continued to sacrifice the nation weapon, indescribable mysterious phenomena appeared. Among them, an immortal sun appeared in the sky, a divine phoenix attacked, chaos split, all things were born, and the ancient ancestors worshipped the heavens. The vast sacrificial texts were ignited, as if a World 083 was being sacrificed for the nation weapon. All living beings were worshipping, and the heavens and earth were filled with living beings. In the end, the sacrificial texts rushed to the desolate edge of the universe, triggering the power of unknown mysterious areas. Rumbling sounds sounded between heaven and earth, and the universe trembled. Some lightning flashed across the sky, as thick and terrifying as stars. The immortal tribulation that had never appeared since ancient times began to appear with the forging of the nation weapon. It crossed the sky and struck toward Gu Changa. These lightning bolts even contained immortal light and chaotic energy. Even the most powerful figures couldn't withstand it. After the environment of heaven and earth changed, even the laws were affected. The laws of the immortal Tao began to descend, forming the most terrifying lightning tribulation to bathe the nation weapon. Countless cultivators trembled in fear. It was the first time they had seen such a vast and terrifying lightning tribulation. This was no longer an ordinary lightning tribulation, but an immortal Tao tribulation that only immortal Tao figures could withstand. This is a scene that has never appeared before, when immortal Tao figures were gradually forming immortal artifacts. The dark heavenly court's momentum has been established, and even the nation weapon has been recognized by heaven and earth. Once this tribulation disappears, no one can stop it anymore. In the forbidden areas, shrouded in fog, the ancient existences sighed with emotion. They witnessed the rise of an immortal divine nation in just a few decades, stepping on the ruins of the immortal Tao orthodoxies and supreme sects. Chapter 802. It had to be said that this was definitely a major event that could be recorded in the annals of history for the current heavens and realms. This was a resplendent era that shone through the ages. Since ancient times, those immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects were all established in ancient times. Since then, how many forces and orthodoxies had appeared? Counting through the countless eras, only the orthodoxies and orthodoxies had disappeared. Basically, no immortal forces had appeared. Now that the dark heavenly court had established a divine nation, it was definitely a major event since the Dark Ages. Everyone had witnessed the emergence of an immortal nation. In just a few decades, it had surpassed those orthodoxies and orthodoxies that had existed since ancient times. Although it had not unified the upper realm, it was showing signs of doing so. Perhaps it would not take many years before the dark heavenly court could truly unify the upper realm. It would rule over the heavens, and all orthodoxies would submit to it. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and realms were trembling. Countless gazes were looking at the sky above the dark heavenly court, looking at the vast thunder tribulation. All kinds of ancient lightning were manifesting. There were heavenly gates, palaces, pavilions. All kinds of ancient miracles were manifesting. It was as if there was really an ancient heavenly court that was being nurtured. All kinds of terrifying thunder tribulations since ancient times appeared at the end of the world, turning into a sea of lightning that kept striking down, causing the entire universe to tremble. That kind of divine light splashed out. Just a trace of the aftershock caused the surrounding stars to silently collapse. This kind of scene made people tremble. It was hard to imagine. If it struck a cultivator, they would probably vanish into thin air in an instant, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. Gu Changa's figure stood there, his expression deep and calm. Endless immortal qi enveloped him. Similarly, this sea of lightning was also falling on him, but there was an unimaginable rule domain around him that made it dissolve. It could not be touched at all. He raised his hand to refine the nation weapon, connecting with the power of this heaven and earth, refining the runes of the great path into it. Even this thunder tribulation became a material in his hands, constantly being refined. In the end, it turned into an incomparably brilliant sun, overflowing with five-colored immortal light and surrounded by chaotic mist. This sun was exceptionally dazzling, swallowing the vast rules and order. In the end, even the thunder tribulation was purified by the surrounding divine light, evaporating completely, leaving nothing behind. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. This brilliant sun floated at the end of the sky like a real sun. Its light was resplendent to the extreme, able to illuminate the heavens. No living creature in any corner could escape from its light. Countless cultivators and creatures could see the radiance there. A single strand of radiance seemed to be able to illuminate the endless ages. This was a might that made even those who achieved the Tao tremble in fear. The nation weapon is done, Gu Changa whispered. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he slowly disappeared into the depths of the palace. As a national treasure, this item was not only comparable to a true immortal artifact in terms of power, but it also mainly came from the power of faith of the dark heavenly court. As long as the power of faith was not exhausted, this nation treasure could release boundless light and even release power that surpassed this world. A nation artifact suppresses the fate of a nation and can be passed down for eternity. Looking at this scene, countless believers of the dark heavenly court in the surroundings kowtowed in the direction of Gu Changa. All races submitted, and countless living beings were shocked. This was an unimaginably magnificent scene. All living beings bowed in worship, and all races respected it. In the depths of the eternal divine nation built by the dark heavenly court, all kinds of divine sounds rumbled and shook the heavens and the earth. All kinds of shocking phenomena appeared here. Whether ordinary cultivators or those who had achieved the Tao, they all felt as if they were facing the most terrifying existences of ancient times. For ordinary cultivators, and even many of the younger generation, this scene would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Countless cultivators and creatures could be seen in every star region, looking at the radiance here and the eternal divine nation that illuminated the heavens. The birth of an eternal divine nation was recognized by heaven and earth. Auspicious clouds and golden lotuses were everywhere within 1,000,000 miles. Immortal flowers bloomed in the void. Golden divine lotuses appeared, shining brilliantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth was hazy, filling this part of the universe with 5-colored immortal light. We pay our respects to the divine Lord. Then a boundless voice resounded throughout the myriad realms. In the divine nation, all believers and citizens were piously heading to the center of the nation. They didn't kowtow with every step, but it was close enough. The master of the dark heavenly court had been called the divine Lord from the very beginning. It represented the master of the divine nation. As for the many experts from the various heavens and territories, they called themselves God's disciples and God's envoys. They had crossed over to their respective worlds and acted as followers of the God Master. They spread the news of the existence of the dark celestial court and felt honored to become a follower of the dark celestial court. When I was still an unwelcome piece of trash in the immortal ancient continent, I was once summoned by the divine Lord. A young man with a pair of wings on his back looked at the divine nation with fanaticism and reverence. He couldn't speak more excitedly. His older sister was called Black Yinyu, a divine general of the dark heavenly court. He also had a secret that no one knew. When he wasn't welcomed by his family, he'd heard the divine Lord's voice in the unseen world. The divine Lord had even bestowed upon him a secret cultivation method. The divine Lord had even told him to recruit more believers. Of course, he hadn't seen the divine Lord for so many years, but that didn't affect his fanaticism. In another direction, many cultivators and living beings were heading toward the divine nation as devoutly as this young man. Divine light was shining there, and the world seemed to be glowing. All the buildings and mountains were covered with a layer of brilliant colors. Greetings, divine Lord. In the divine nation, 36 powerful figures knelt down in the center of the palace like deities with brilliant divine might. Many of them were puppets, but there were also many who sincerely wanted to submit to the dark heavenly court. Apart from these powerful figures, the leaders of many imperishable sects who'd received the news earlier also showed up here with the powerful figures of their clans, heading toward the divine nation in the real world. There were the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Paths, the clans of the Immortal Ancient Continent, the Longevity Gu family, the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, the Reclusive Yin clan. Some ancient beings even showed up in some forbidden areas outside the divine nation. The divine nation seemed to be built with eternal immortal gold. The buildings were continuous, and they couldn't see the end. One could see the deepest part of the divine nation, and there were immortal stairs on both sides. They were grand and sacred, emitting endless immortal light that extended all the way to the ground. One couldn't see the end of the stairs. Many heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards in golden armor were patrolling everywhere. The ferocious beasts they rode were as huge as mountains, covering the sky and the sun. There were ancient divine mountains everywhere, surrounded by immortal mist and silver waterfalls. All kinds of wild beasts were moving around, letting out earth-shattering roars. This was a vast and ancient world. Almost every place was shining, and rich immortal substances were flowing in it. Even ordinary cultivators could feel the energy waves, not to mention that the laws of heaven and earth here were completely different from those in the upper world. Although this was the first time people came to the divine nation of the dark heavenly court, they could feel the difference in the laws of heaven and earth here. It was more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. Many older cultivators were shocked. They felt that they could better understand the laws of heaven and earth in this divine nation, which would help them improve. Chapter 803. Of course, in order to establish the divine nation, Guchanga didn't hesitate to use the Kuin Pol universe as the prototype, melting down many broken universes to create this world, especially the epic tree, which was planted in the divine nation by him, supporting the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by the vast sea of chaos, boundless and endless. In this heavenly palace, Guchanga sat there, blurry and hazy, shrouded by the traces of the great Tao, unable to be seen clearly. It was as if he was sitting high up in the 9 heavens, overlooking the ages, not descending upon the mortal world. Only a supreme pressure and brilliant immortal might pervaded the air, the aura suppressing the world, intimidating thousands of realms. The cultivators and believers who came to the divine nation were all outside the heavenly palace at this moment. When they saw such a shocking scene, they couldn't help but want to kneel down. There were figures everywhere in the sky and on the ground. In the halls on both sides, there were many divine nation star lords who came to pay their respects. They ruled over a vast star field. The territory could be described as endless. Divine soldiers and divine generals filled this divine nation in grandeur, ready to listen to Guchanga's orders at any time, patrolling the thousands of realms in the heavens. We pay our respects to the divine Lord. The many guests who came and went were all shocked. Then they came out of the hall and cupped their hands towards Guchanga. The eternal divine nation had just been established, and it was an immortal Tao figure. How could they not be respectful? Even if they came with a heart of fear, they didn't dare to say anything, choosing to ignore it and obediently stay in the clan, not coming to congratulate, especially this person in front of them, the most ruthless person behind the Kuin Pol disaster, who killed so many existences behind the scenes, scheming against the entire upper realm behind the scenes. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be terrified? Among these guests, there were actually many people of the younger generation, people who were once in the same generation as Guchanga, old acquaintances he knew. There were also some young people of the current world, heroic and confident, full of the heart to prove their Tao, believing that they were invincible. They looked at the figure above the divine nation with shock, knowing that this was the most invincible existence in the current world. The number of people who died in his hands was uncountable. Among the guests, the ones with the most complicated expressions were naturally those from the longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang immortal dynasty. All these years, Guchanga's whereabouts were vague, not to mention the outside world. Even the members of the longevity Gu family rarely saw him. Therefore, based on the many rumors, it was inevitable that they would speculate. There were many smart people in this world. Although Guchanga had never shown his face in front of anyone, no one said that he was the master of the dark heavens. However, this was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the hearts of many imperishable orthodoxies and supreme forces. In the grand hall that was as vast as the universe, many guests had arrived. It was as if it was a grand occasion in ancient times where all the heavens came to pay their respects. Everyone's expression was a bit absent-minded. They saw too many experts here. A few extremely powerful experts from extremely remote cosmos also hurried over, bringing congratulatory gifts, extremely sincere and respectful. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. While the guests were in various states of mind, Guchanga stood up from his seat at the top of the divine kingdom. He slowly opened his mouth. His voice was very calm and gentle. There was no terrifying pressure. Instead, it was like a gentle spring breeze that could calm people's restless emotions. At the same time, the chaotic fog on his body slowly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. There were no traces of age on his handsome face. He was as handsome as jade and unparalleled in the world. It was hard to associate him with a ruthless person who schemed against the heavens and killed the upper realm. Seeing Gu Changa reveal his true appearance, the huge hall suddenly fell into dead silence. Some cultivators who did not know the truth even widened their eyes in horror. However, they covered their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from making a sound. Some of the young men and women who were shocked by this divine master's appearance suddenly opened their eyes wide. They were also filled with shock. This was because they all recognized Gu Changa. Although it had been a few decades since the era of the young heavenly legends of the previous generation, it did not affect the many terrifying rumors left behind by the previous generation of heavenly legends. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Gu Changa. After being born for more than 20 years, he had reached the level of a hidden figure. Even the average hidden figure was far from being his match. Although it was because he was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era and relied on the Tao fruit of his previous life, it was still shocking and unbelievable. Many people guessed that Gu Changa had been quietly cultivating in seclusion somewhere during this period, trying to break through to a higher realm. However, they did not expect that the master of the dark heavenly court would be him. Of course, this was the thought of those cultivators and living beings who did not think in this direction before. Those orthodoxies and forces who had previously guessed but did not have any evidence to prove all of this were shocked, complicated, and difficult to calm down compared to absurd guesses without any evidence. After seeing the reality, they found that the reality was actually more absurd than their guesses. This was because they did not know how Gu Changa did all of this, and how he secretly planned all of this under the halo of the top person of his generation. This was something they could never understand, but it did not hinder the shock in their hearts. If it were not for the fact that many of Gu Changa's actions coincided with the actions of the dark heavenly court during this period of time, they would not have been able to guess this fact. Shock, astonishment, horror, fear, this was the same feeling in almost everyone's heart in the main hall. Even the people of the longevity Gu clan and the peerless immortal dynasty could not calm down and did not know what to say or what to show. It really is Changa, an ancestor of the longevity Gu clan, had an extremely complicated expression. He sighed in his heart, but it was difficult to hide his fear of Gu Changa. No matter what, he was the ruthless person who turned the upper realm upside down with his own strength. Many people's faces turned pale, and their legs trembled, unable to stand steadily. Gu Changa looked at the scene below the main hall and slowly took a few steps forward. Then he looked silently, as if he was deep in thought and did not speak. The aura of the great Tao on his body was very thick, incomparably lofty and empty, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth, not belonging to the myriad realms of the heavens. Occasionally, strands of immortal light would overflow, colorful and dazzling, accompanied by immortal clouds, as if he could fly up at any time. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Gu Changa still did not speak. His gaze slowly swept across everyone. There were familiar people and unfamiliar people. Among them, there were also people of the same generation who had fought with him before, such as Six-Crown King Junyao, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and his former followers, as well as the elders of the True Immortal Academy and the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. There were too many. But no matter who it was, they all looked at him with fear in their eyes. Although he had long expected this, Gu Changa's emotions were still slightly complicated. Other than the few beauties around him, he was really lonely. Chapter 804. As far as the eye can see, everything is hazy. In the vast heavens, I am truly alone. In the vast heavens, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Gu Changa sighed softly in his heart. He stood on top of the kingdom of God and slowly swept his gaze across. There was no change in his expression on his handsome face. He was as still as the most ancient sea. No one could see the expression in his eyes, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Those who were familiar with him in the past, those who were of the same generation as him, could not help but lower their heads when his gaze met theirs. They were filled with fear and horror. Their view of Guchanga had long changed. They could no longer see him as the leader of their generation, and could no longer see him as the invincible figure of the younger generation. The current Guchanga was the real master behind the dark celestial court. He was a ruthless man who schemed against the heavens and killed the upper realm. Many orthodoxies and galaxies were destroyed because of him. Many of the young heavenly prides here were trembling because of this. They could not imagine that one day they would come into contact with such a terrifying truth. It was truly hair-raising, and they felt cold all over. Even their spirits were frozen. Those who had set Guchanga as their goal and wanted to catch up to him were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. In the end, their eyes were filled with fear, and they could not help but tremble. However, at this moment, those who had the most complicated and fearful emotions were actually the imperishable orthodoxies, the supreme sects, and some of the older generation. In just a few short decades, how many universes and how many races had the dark celestial court taken over? This was a terrifying number that could not be counted. Before Guchanga got married, he was known as the most brilliant heavenly pride in the upper realm. His brilliance was dazzling, and his talent was terrifying. He suppressed his peers so much that they could not lift their heads or breathe. Who would have thought, and who would have dared to think, that he would be the biggest mastermind behind this? From the beginning, Guchanga had been planning a big game of chess. Everyone was a chess piece in his hands. Even the members of the longevity Gu family did not know about this. They had never even guessed in this direction. However, Guchanga was able to hide from everyone. He was like a shadow in the dark, without the slightest trace or ripple. Just like that, he silently plotted and schemed behind the upper realm. Many young geniuses had even regarded him as a role model. They felt that he was righteous, elegant, easygoing, and had a good reputation in front of others. They had never thought that he would be associated with such a ruthless person. Looking at it now, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was actually just a show directed and acted out by Guchanga. He told a big lie, and the entire upper realm was kept in the dark by him and played by him. How many of his peers had died at his hands because of this? Just thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. They could not help but tremble. What kind of terrifying method and scheme was this? He hid it too well. Before the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were destroyed, they tried to frame Guchanga as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that they were actually right? At that time, everyone felt that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were deliberately splashing dirty water on Guchanga. Without any evidence, they only knew how to frame him. Everyone was cursing and crying injustice for Guchanga. Haha, looking at it now, don't you think it's ironic? It's the biggest joke in the world. In the Eternal Divine Nation's main hall, many of the older generation had a bitter smile on their faces. They felt that the scene back then was really funny and ironic. Especially Guchanga, who had raised the banner of justice to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts, causing people to support him everywhere. I'm afraid that Guchanga's shadow was also involved in the sudden outbreak of the Days disaster. It's really terrifying. The epic tree was actually in the 8 desolates 10 regions from the beginning. It was just that Guchanga took it first and kept it a secret from the world. Later on, he used it as bait. Thinking of this, at this time a lot of things could be thought through. Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts and trembled. They felt that this method was really terrifying. If it did not really happen, perhaps no one would dare to think in this direction. Guchanga took in everyone's expressions, but his expression still did not change. The reason why he showed his true appearance today was, on one hand, because the appearance of the dark heavenly court needed to be announced to the world. On the other hand, he wanted to tell the upper realm a fact. The current upper realm was not like before, chaotic and without a master. The immortal divine nation had just been established and ruled the heavens, and he was the true master of the upper realm. Those who submitted to him would live, and those who disobeyed would die. The divine nation's palace was so vast, and the cultivators and living beings who entered and came here were so many. They came from thousands of heavens, from different races and orthodoxies. There were people of the divine nation, and naturally there were also cultivators from the outside world. But now they were strangely calm. No one spoke again, and they all looked at Gu Changa, waiting for him to speak. They knew that Gu Changa must have another purpose for establishing the divine nation. I want to establish the immortal bestowment role. Anyone who enters the divine nation can enter the role and become an immortal. They will be worshipped by the divine nation and will never die. Gu Changa said slowly. His eyes were deep, as if there were universes evolving in them. All kinds of terrifying scenes in the heavens flashed by with unparalleled majesty. He did not explain what the immortal bestowment role was, but everyone here could understand, and they were extremely shocked. The immortal bestowment role, as the name suggested, was a list of immortals. Did it mean one could become an immortal if they entered the role? Becoming an immortal? Becoming immortal? Surpassing those who had achieved the Tao? After all, judging from the current situation, Gu Changa was the only immortal Tao existence in the heavens. Even the epic tree was in his hands. No one had seen the epic Tao fruit with their own eyes. Didn't that mean that he had a way to help the others become immortals? The cultivators who had already entered the ranks of the divine nation had never seen the epic Tao fruit before. They were extremely eager to hear the news. However, they were aware that those who entered the immortal bestowment role might not be as free as before. They would be bound by the rules, and might even submit to Gu Changa and the dark heavenly court. It was even possible that their lives would be controlled by the immortal bestowment role. It was not a simple matter. It was a huge risk, so they had to consider it carefully. The eyes of the cultivators flickered. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts and did not show it on their faces. The immortal bestowment role is very tempting, but it's also very risky. There's no doubt that Gu Changa isn't a good person. He won't do good deeds for no reason. Judging from his behavior, there must be a huge trap behind this. We have to consider it carefully. The cultivators exchanged glances with one another. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. The myriad realms of the heavens were so vast that they could be said to be endless. Even the immortal Tao existence dared not say they could see everything clearly, let alone see what was happening in the other worlds. They also knew the secrets of the heavens and earth and how many terrifying existences were hiding in the world. Gu Changa was no exception. He wanted to establish the immortal bestowment role, mainly because he wanted to truly take over the heavens and the heavens. It was not like now, where the imperishable Taoism factions and supreme factions were only afraid of him. He still had a lot of things to do. Everything was just the beginning when he established the deity nation. Therefore, Gu Changa was not surprised by their expressions at all. After all, he had not even started to refine the immortal bestowment role. It was still too early for him to truly make cultivators become immortals. He only said that because he wanted to shock the heavens and earth. Because Gu Changa had other plans. He glanced around again and said calmly, "All beings in the world, regardless of race, can enter the immortal bestowment role. I want to reproduce the rules of the heavens and earth. Those above the supremacy level can enter the role and comprehend the rules of the immortal Tao." What? Those above the supremacy level can enter the role? Doesn't that mean that we all have a chance? As soon as he said that, there was an uproar in the hall. Apart from the younger generation, almost everyone's expression changed. They were shocked, horrified, and even in disbelief. Because from what Gu Changa said, the immortal bestowment role was not created for the cultivators with a strong foundation. Previously, they all felt that they were not fated to be on the role. After all, the number of cultivators with a strong foundation was too rare, especially after the Kuan-Ji disaster. On the contrary, the number of supremacy-level cultivators, quasi-emperors, and Tao attainments was the highest. However, if they wanted to become a cultivator with a strong foundation, they would have to cultivate for many years. Therefore, They were not very interested in the immortal bestowment roll and knew that it had nothing to do with them. However, Guchanga now said that those above the supremacy level could enter the roll. Didn't that mean that they could use a shortcut to become immortals? Directly save many years of bitter cultivation? Such a temptation was simply too shocking. Who could sit still? It had to be said that after Guchanga said that the hall was in an uproar, everyone became excited, and the expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. They felt very uneasy and felt that there was a great competition. Initially, they were still very cautious, but after hearing that, it directly meant that other people could also enter the immortal bestowment roll, and it had nothing to do with them. In fact, the purpose of the roll was to force them to make a choice. After all, if they did not enter the roll, some supremacies, quasi-emperors, and those who had achieved the Tao would enter the roll. How could they be willing to break the rules of heaven and earth in the simplest and most direct way to become an immortal? How could they not do something when they saw such a scene with their own eyes? What a ruthless heart! To be precise, once the roll is out, it is forcing those who do not have a strong foundation to enter the roll. Then other quasi-emperors or those who have achieved the Tao will enter the roll. When they understood this, many cultivators shuddered and felt a chill in their hearts. The Khanate does not exist, and the postnatal is reversed. The great Tao is formless and all rules are evolved. If the Khanate can appear, then the postnatal can naturally evolve again. Then, as if to prove what he said, Guchanga directly sat cross-legged in the center of the divine nation like a supreme Khanate god. He began to preach the Tao to the people of the divine nation, discussing cultivation methods and the essentials of the great Tao. These were the scriptures of the great Tao, incomparably mysterious and belonged to the understanding of the immortal Tao. Many strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth. In the outer sky, the stars with life were affected and began to tremble as if they were about to fall. They were all shining brightly. Starlight sprinkled down, illuminating all directions. In the divine nation, a divine tree grew. It was boundlessly huge, and rich light appeared around it, as if it was nurturing a new world, as if it was about to materialize and grow between heaven and earth. Inside, it was as if there was an ancient vault of heaven, opening up with this divine tree. Wisps of chaotic chi rose and fell, and the great Tao runes disappeared. Then strands of black matter hung, as if there were many withered and dead worlds. Multicolored light gushed out, showing millions of changes. World, time, creation, space, immortal ascension, all kinds of great Tao appeared at this time. The long river of time even faintly surged, shocking everyone. All the people of the divine nation felt honored and excited. They came to listen to the preaching, intoxicated and intoxicated. The scriptures filled the sky, turning into a large expanse of light rain, covering millions of miles of the star domain. Many cultivators were enlightened at the first moment, entering the state of enlightenment. The invincible figures of the restricted areas, the rulers of the other orthodoxies in the crowd, all had complicated expressions, feeling the powerful Tao. From these short words, they felt the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, so profound that they couldn't understand. They felt like it involved the path of new life, as if it could be used as a shortcut. For an entire half a month, Guchanga sat here, preaching the Tao for the divine nation, at the same time gathering that terrifying power of faith. The entire divine nation was like its name, filled with an immortal aura. Guchanga's good fortune was present. In the void, waves of Tao sound bloomed. The chanting of scriptures resounded through heaven and earth, even spreading outside the divine nation, echoing in the various universes. Countless cultivators entered the state of enlightenment, praising the divine master's name. Tao lotuses appeared one after another, sparkling and resplendent, growing within, gushing with multicolored light. They were like dignified Buddhas, but also like holy immortals. In the vault of heaven, large amounts of sparkling flower petals descended. On the earth, divine springs gurgled, continuously flowing, boundless Tao energy surging. However, all the cultivators who came here benefited greatly, and their cultivation improved rapidly. Some even broke through on the spot, divine flames burning, primordial spirits erupting with multicolored, auspicious light. There were also those who made progress in secret methods, Tao methods, and divine abilities. There were also those with great talents, their bloodlines advancing a step further, symbol bones resplendent, illuminating all directions, displaying terrifying potential. All of the space in the great hall was packed with people. There was no room for anyone else. Those who came later were all incomparably regretful, their intestines about to turn green from regret. Some ancient existences who had already achieved the Tao had great Tao revolving around them, but they also entered a state of enlightenment, gaining great benefits. Gu Changa's surroundings were also filled with all types of immortal flowers, sacred stamens, auspicious beasts gathered, the Tao sea boundless, immortal mists dense, forming a holy land. Of course, he didn't do this for no reason. The essence of the great Tao he preached contained divine texts of expiation, able to silently influence the minds of cultivators, directly expiating them, turning them into the most devout believers. There is a path to immortality in the divine nation. All citizens of the divine nation can come here to listen to the Tao from time to time. Gu Changa didn't say much, just casually showing what the immortal path was, letting the beings of the heavens understand what benefits there were after becoming a citizen of the divine nation. Of course, at that time, the one preaching the Tao wouldn't be him, but another existence. Chapter 805. The heavenly sound echoed, and there were shocking phenomena everywhere. Even the universe outside the divine kingdom was filled with holy and bright light. Golden lotuses were everywhere, and the great Tao surrounded them. It was too shocking. Many cultivators and living beings who had come to listen to the sermons for more than half a month had a deep understanding. At the same time, they had a deeper reverence for the dark heavenly court. Even some of the older generation with profound cultivation couldn't help but be affected, let alone the younger generation. After all, apart from the prosperous era of ancient times, no one in the current era had ever seen a sermon on the Tao. There wouldn't be any supreme powerhouses who would explain the Tao to all living beings. Now, everyone cherished their own knowledge. No one would tell others their cultivation experience for no reason. The explanation of an immortal contained many ideas that contradicted the mortal world. However, it was undeniable that these ideas made people's eyes light up and see the fog. Those who enter the divine kingdom can listen to sermons at any time. Not only that, but there's also a chance to enter the immortal bestowment role. As long as one reaches the supreme realm, there's a chance. There's no need to spend so much effort to cultivate to the point where there's a foundation. For us, this is tantamount to an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. It's too tempting. It had to be said that Gu Changa's words moved the hearts of all who came here to worship. They felt that it was not impossible to submit to the divine kingdom. Even those with a foundation began to think about it. Their emotions were complicated, and it was impossible for them to sit still like before. The real way to become an immortal and the path to immortality was in the hands of Gu Changa. He could decide at will whether all living beings could become immortals. If they continued to wait, who could be sure when the path to immortality would appear? Moreover, if the path to immortality appeared, who could guarantee that Gu Changa wouldn't interfere? His ruthlessness and indifference were vividly displayed during this period of time, making people tremble in fear. Moreover, the power of the divine kingdom was obvious to all. The only immortal in the upper realm was the master of the divine kingdom. In addition, the divine kingdom wanted to set up the immortal bestowment role. For those cultivators and living beings who had no hope of advancing further, it was tantamount to a bright light in the darkness, a blessing in the end of despair. At this stage of cultivation, there was basically no end in sight or hope. Suddenly, they were told that as long as they could enter the list, they would be able to reach the end and become an immortal? In this world, how many people could resist such temptation? To know that even the undefeatable heavens' favorites of the same generation could only dream of attaining the Tao. Becoming an immortal was an extravagant dream. Since ancient times, which one of those who were able to reach the level of being a character of the foundation, which one of them wasn't a peerlessly talented existence that was unrivaled amongst their peers. It had to be said that Gu Changa's plans had a firm grasp of the current situation in the upper realm. Even those orthodoxies that had already sealed off their mountains were deeply moved. They were considering the gains and losses, somewhat unable to hold themselves back. However, Gu Changa didn't say what kind of restrictions and requirements they would face once they entered the list. He didn't even reveal anything. This was something that many people couldn't grasp, worrying that there would be a huge trap. Gu Changa's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. He wasn't surprised, as he had already guessed their reaction. Although he had other plans for now, the immortal investiture roll and the preaching of the Tao were enough. The immortal investiture roll was targeted at cultivators of the supreme realm and above, while the preaching of the Tao was for cultivators of all realms, especially those with low cultivation and the largest number of ordinary cultivators. As for how to enter the immortal investiture roll, in fact, Gu Changa had already thought about it. He couldn't say that he was simply doing a good deed and giving the world such a shortcut. After entering the roll, they had to sincerely submit to the God Nation and rely on it with their lives. They had to live and die with the God Nation and be under his control. Apart from that, they also needed to have sufficient contributions. The second point was the most important one. Gu Changa couldn't say that after those cultivators had submitted to the God Nation, he would let them enter the roll directly. That would be too simple. The heavens were too vast, and there were still many unknown areas waiting to be explored. These cultivators who wanted to enter the roll, in Gu Changa's eyes, were the simplest and also the best tools for development. The immortal investiture roll sounded simple, but it involved the repetition of the laws of heaven and earth, and the creation of a true immortal with the vast power of faith. It could even cause the repulsion of heaven and earth, and cause a backlash from heaven and earth. However, these things weren't what Gu Changa needed to consider at the moment, because he also knew that this kind of method of drawing a big picture, only when the big picture was taken out could it cause a real sensation. After that, many guests in the hall planned to leave and discuss this matter in detail with their families. They wouldn't make a decision so quickly. For orthodoxies like the Longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty, they didn't have so many worries, because in itself the God Nation was established, and the Divine Lord was Gu Changa. At the same time, he was also the future leader of the Gu clan. There was no distinction between the two, and the current empress of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty was Gu Changa's wife. From this point of view, the Longevity Gu clan, the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty, and other orthodoxies existed as the foundation of the God Nation. They didn't rely on or submit to the God Nation. There was no conflict of interest between the two. Gu Changa didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd silently with a calm expression. Many of the believers of the God Nation prostrated themselves devoutly outside. The vast power of faith surged and gathered towards the brilliant sun in the sky. Among them was the golden cauldron of fortune that Gu Changa had refined. He had used a different method to refine it. Not only could it collect the power of faith, but it could also be used as a container to convert the power of faith into other origin powers. The so-called immortal investiture roll was in essence created by relying on the power of faith. It allowed cultivators who hadn't reached the immortal Tao to unleash the power of the immortal Tao. In the next few days, the Divine Nation was established, its light illuminating the heavens. Many news related to this place had already spread, circulating in various universes. After some consideration, many orthodoxies decided to submit to the God Nation as its subjects. However, Gu Changa didn't take the initiative to show himself after that day. He left all the big and small affairs of the God Nation to Yin Mei. Previously, Inmei was in charge of the affairs of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, the business alliance of 10,000 paths and other orthodoxies. She was already familiar with these matters. Besides, Gu Chang'e also asked Ji Qingxian, who was in the chaotic star region, to assist Inmei. He Yanyu, from the immortal ancient continent, was also a very ambitious person. After some consideration, Gu Chang'e saw that she was loyal and gave her some authority. The God Nation had just been established, so there were many things that needed to be resolved. Gu Chang'e wasn't interested in these trivial matters and didn't want to spend time and energy on them. It saved him a lot of free time. In the past few decades, he didn't slack off. While refining the Devil Lord's blood, he also sacrificially refined the 6 puppets, starting from Ada and then Ajiu. Aer was the Hall Master who destroyed Hell. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was named Third by Gu Chang'e. Their strength was comparable to that of a remnant immortal, and even stronger than the 36 celestial lords. As for these 30-star venerates, they were all people with solid foundations. Some of them had their minds wiped out, and Gu Chang'e had forcibly refined them. Although their cultivations had dropped significantly, they could still easily suppress those who had comprehended the Tao. Some of them were the powerhouses of their orthodoxies. Their cultivation was profound, and they willingly submitted to Gu Chang'e to serve him. In general, the God Nation wasn't inferior to any orthodoxies in terms of strength. They had many immortal weapons. Most of them were obtained by Gu Chang'e when he killed those powerhouses during the Kuan-Ji calamity. In the end, they were all put into the national treasury. In the past, the imperishable orthodoxies only had 1 or 2 immortal weapons at most. They couldn't be as extravagant as the God Nation. The God Nation has just been established. Apart from the territories it occupies in the past, some territories in other realms can also be included. For example, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms. Everyone knows about your relationship with the Empyrean Dear Empyrean Maiden. She's in charge of that territory, so logically speaking, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms should also belong to the God Nation. Then there's Empress Shiyao in the Monster Realm in the Great Hall. Gu Chang'e was quietly reading through the many jade slips in front of him, looking at the many matters he dealt with recently. At the side, Inmei was wearing a snow-white dress. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her flawless face had a serious expression as she narrated these matters. There's no need to think too much about these issues. As for the Empyrean Deer Empyrean Maiden, when the time comes to establish the Empyrean Deer Palace in the God Nation, she'll know what to do with a little effort. The same goes for Empress Shiyao. Gu Chang'e nodded. He didn't care much about these trivial matters. The Empyrean Deer Empyrean Maiden was very smart. When the Upper Realm conquered the 8 Desolates' 10 regions, she showed extraordinary decisiveness and rationality. At this time, she definitely wouldn't say anything. She would even refute Gu Chang'e's opinion. As for Empress Shiyao, she was probably thinking about how to lead the Monster Realm into the God Nation. She just hadn't said anything yet. On the contrary, what Gu Chang'e was looking at now was the submission of the various orthodoxies and tribes. Compared to what he had expected, it was still much slower, but it made sense. Although the God Nation was strong and had the immortal Tao in charge, the environment of the Upper Realm was changing. Perhaps in the near future, the immortal realm and the God Nation would collide. Everything would be reshuffled again. Gu Chang'e didn't want to use force to subdue the orthodoxies like before unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because the Upper Realm had finally regained peace. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it was his creation of the God Nation that solved these problems. Therefore, at this time, Gu Chang'e breaking the current situation would greatly affect the reputation of the faith and the God Nation. This was contrary to his long-term plan. Creating the God Nation to absorb the faith was one thing. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e considered that if the immortal realm and the upper realm connected, it would lead to a drastic change in the current situation. He had to control the upper realm. Only then could he have the initiative to speak in that situation. After all, for the immortal realm, the upper realm was the foundation. Over the years, instead of saying that the immortal realm had abandoned the upper realm, it was more like a rootless duckweed, drifting unpredictably. In fact, Guchanga didn't know what the current situation of the immortal realm was. Therefore, he prepared in advance. Whether the situation in the immortal realm was good or bad, it would not affect him. Master, since these problems are not considered for the time being, since the God nation has been decided, should we set up many positions like the mortal kingdoms? Over the past few days, I have collected the opinions of many orthodoxies and aristocratic families. They hope to obtain some rights within the God nation. They don't want to say that after submitting to the God nation, everything will belong to the God nation as if they were annexed. This is also the reason why they have been considering whether to submit or not. Yin Mei spoke up, her brows slightly furrowed. Because the divine nation had only just been established, many matters had been dealt with casually. There was no detailed division of power and authority. Although Guchanga was respectfully called the divine Lord by the world, she was still used to calling him master in private. You should have considered these matters, right? After hearing this, Guchanga nodded. He knew that since Inmei said this, she must have thought about how to deal with it. She just wanted to inform him. I have discussed with Ji Qingxian and the others. We have decided to divide the orthodoxies according to their strength. 1. 6 will be divided into 9 grades. In addition, we can further divide the levels of mortal, spirit, god, sage, emperor, immortal. According to the different levels, the territories and authority can be divided according to their strength. They can be promoted or demoted according to the changes in strength. After hearing this, Yin Mei nodded seriously. At the same time, she passed a very thick booklet to Guchanga. The booklet detailed the process and rules of how to divide the authority and other matters. Guchanga read it carefully and did not find anything inappropriate. Although this was an effective place to imitate the ordinary, in general, it was still arranged according to the strength of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Perhaps we can use this to divide the rankings. In this world, no matter who it is difficult to escape the word reputation. It is the same for the forces, clans, and powerhouses. Yin Mei then mentioned another plan. All these years, she had been in charge of the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance. In some places, she had set up organizations similar to the Divine Strategy and the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Mystery. They specialized in collecting information from various places and arranged various rankings. It was quite effective. Therefore, she felt that if the heavenly nation ruled the 10,000 Dao heavens, it could naturally set up various rankings. From the people with a strong foundation, to the ordinary heavenly prides, to the aristocratic families and clans, weapons, treasures, supernatural powers, and cultivation methods, all could be listed. The advantage of this was that it could gather fate and absorb faith. This would make all living beings more obedient and identify with the heavenly nation. Your idea is quite good. I haven't thought about it carefully before. Guchanga was very impressed. He knew that no matter who it was in this world, they could not escape from fame and fortune. Chapter 806. In addition to the list, Inmei also gave many useful suggestions that Guchanga thought were useful. For example, when the divine nation was first established, all races would be appointed as officials. Many orthodoxies from different races would be appointed as officials in the divine nation to enjoy their duties and responsibilities. At the same time, she could see that Guchanga was trying to help the ordinary cultivators in an attempt to balance the interests of the various races. For example, some orthodoxies with a long history could be asked to give up their most powerful techniques and inheritances. Then, the divine nation would reward them with many benefits to balance them out. In short, Inmei had studied this kind of imperial ruling method quite a lot. She was also very ambitious and mentioned many ways to suppress the orthodoxies. They discussed and learned from each other and came up with many good ideas. Of course, the kingdom of God had just been established, and there was no lack of talents in all aspects. Guchanga had long expected this. When she had sent the Goldfinger seeds to the myriad realms, she had thought of recruiting talents. However, the talents in this field were the children of fate. Each of them had different destinies and were favored by the heavens. These children of fate had different abilities and were very loyal to Gu Changa. They had received gifts from him when they were weak and called themselves God's disciples. Young master, you are now the divine lord and the emperor. You should be the ruler of the divine nation. You should rule over the various realms. Everything under the heavens should belong to you. Inmei gently rubbed Gu Changa's forehead with her small hands as she spoke softly. She was very ambitious. Although Gu Changa had yet to marry a concubine or even an empress, many of the ministers in the divine nation felt that she was very capable and managed everything well. Yu Mingkong was Gu Changa's official wife, but her power and prestige in the divine nation were far inferior to Inmei. It could even be said that many people felt that if Gu Changa were to have an empress in the future, Inmei would be more suitable than Yu Mingkong. Of course, Gu Changa was also aware of these words. He understood that this was something unavoidable after the establishment of the divine kingdom. Inmei, as well as Yu Mingkong, had mentioned this to him many times, asking him to take some time to solve these problems so that the ministers of the kingdom of God wouldn't talk about it. There were many things that had to be done in consideration of the big picture and could no longer be said to be as casual as before. In addition, Inmei was also a little worried that Yu Mingkong would think too much, so she asked Gu Changa for her opinion many times. She was ambitious for power, but she wouldn't do unreasonable things and cross the line. I have already made arrangements for these matters. Now, the only thing before me is the matter of being bestowed a celestial title. In the face of absolute power, these rules can be changed and made at will. Just like now, for me, isn't the establishment of the divine nation and ruling the heavens just a casual game? Whether or not the myriad races in the heavens will submit depends on whether I want to or not. Gu Changa smiled faintly, took the tea she handed over and blew on it lightly. He didn't think much of the foundation of the divine nation, but only used it as a means to absorb the power of faith, because no matter what, the divine nation's current glory was supported by him alone. If he suddenly disappeared, the divine nation would collapse overnight. Gu Changa wouldn't be surprised. Young master, do you know how infuriating it is to say these words? Inmei blinked her beautiful eyes. She felt that Gu Changa was being too casual and didn't take this matter seriously. She said, "This is the everlasting divine nation. It's the only force that has been born in the upper world for so many years. It can be recorded in history and will exist forever. I feel that even if there are drastic changes in the future, the divine nation will stand tall and live forever in the long river of time." This was her greatest ambition, to help Gu Changa establish such an eternal divine nation. Infuriating. Gu Changa smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. His gaze fell, as if he could see through the boundless heavens and thousands of realms, overlooking everything from the top of the divine nation. Inmei looked at him in a daze, her eyes full of admiration and love. However, she soon thought of something and said in a slightly vexed manner, "Young master, regarding the matter of concubines and empresses, many ministers have been remonstrating during this period of time. They want to send their holy daughters or some holy daughters into the palace. In addition, even some female great medium masters in the past, whose cultivation was the best in the world and whose beauty was unparalleled, have expressed many times that they want to enter the palace. One of them is the heavenly maiden Jinyang of the great void divine tribe. The heavenly maiden Jinyang was a real existence. She had met Gu Changa several times before and was a very ancient existence in the great void divine tribe. In ancient times, she dominated the world and was sought after by countless outstanding talents. Later on, she suppressed the world and broke through to the Tao. Her cultivation was unfathomable. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the mortal countries, not to mention the divine nation that ruled the heavens. Many orthodoxies and clans wanted to use this method to gain a foothold in the vast divine nation, because this was the general trend. The news of the immortal investiture roll had spread throughout the heavens. Every universe was shocked and talking about it. Even the eternal forbidden land, which had been dormant for a long time, had a drastic change. The myriad realms of the heavens were vast and boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was exceedingly high, it was impossible for one to know every corner and know everything clearly. However, the establishment of the divine nation had shown hope to all living beings. It also showed the terrifying spirit of ruling the heavens to all orthodoxies and clans. As the lord of the divine nation, Guchanga's actions had shocked every corner of the heavens. Who would not be afraid? Who would not be respectful? For the upper realm, this was an epoch-making or even a new era of change. When Guchanga heard these words, his expression did not change. In fact, he had expected this. Yuminkong had also mentioned this to him before. After all, as the lord of the divine nation, how could he only have one empress? As the empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yuminkong had been in charge of the dynasty for so many years. Naturally, she knew what Guchanga was going to face. She naturally did not mind. In fact, she felt that Guchanga needed to consider this carefully, and at the same time make arrangements for the many women around him. In the past, she was a little overbearing and jealous. However, since the two of them got married, many of her views and ideas had changed. In Guchanga's eyes, she had the temperament of a mother model who could control everything. How many eras has that heavenly maiden Jinyang lived for? I am actually quite surprised that even she has such thoughts. Guchanga shook his head. If it was Jian Luoshin from the great void god tribe who wanted to be his concubine, he would feel that it was quite normal. However, it was the heavenly maiden Jinyang which surprised him a little. After the Kuin-ji calamity, the number of powerful figures had decreased sharply, let alone female ones. Yin-mei also said helplessly, "The heavenly maiden Jinyang from the great void god tribe has taken the initiative to persuade you 3 times, saying that she wants to enter the divine palace and accompany you." Guchanga smiled faintly and said, "She has lived for so long, and her eyelashes are empty. She would not say that it was just because of admiration that she made such a decision. She is probably worried that there is a big trap in the immortal sealing roll, but she is unwilling to let go of the opportunity to become an immortal. So she came up with this idea." He did not think that his charm was so great that a powerful figure would willingly enter the palace to serve him. It was just that it was not a decision made for the sake of becoming an immortal. Of course, Guchanga did not have much of an emotional reaction to this. At his level, it was very difficult for him to feel happy, angry, sad, or resentful at will. "Don't say that, Master. To the living beings of the upper realm, you have cut through all obstacles, eliminated all disasters, and established the only immortal divine kingdom since ancient times. How heroic are you! This is a feat that countless cultivators would not even dare to think about. Moreover, young master, you are a true immortal of the present age. In terms of appearance, how many men in the world can compare to you? In terms of talent, no one can compare to you. Such a character is rare even in myths and legends. Which woman in the world won't be impressed by you? The heavenly maiden Jinyang was a goddess in the first 400 generations. In the past, she was also a beautiful goddess with countless pursuers. It is normal for her to admire you." However, after hearing Guchanga's words, Yin-mei's little face turned serious. Her beautiful face that was full of fox charm revealed a very serious expression as she explained. This was the image of Guchanga in her heart. There was not the slightest element of adulteration. Guchanga smiled and could not help but scratch her nose. He said, "When did you learn how to flatter people?" Looking at Yin-mei in front of him, his emotions were a little scattered. Back then, he had only planted a magic seed in her and let her do things for him. He planned to abandon her as a chess piece when her usefulness was almost exhausted. However, who would have thought that she would be one of the few people closest to him now? All this time, Yin Mei was the one who helped him a lot. In some things, even Yu Mingkong did not do as much as she did. It was fate making fun of people. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can ask around yourself. Which goddess doesn't say the same thing? Yin Mei's little face was very serious. Gu Changa smiled and did not say anything else. Then he took out a booklet and placed it in front of her. He said, "This was given to me by Mingkong. You can take a look." Yin Mei took it with some curiosity. Her gaze fell on the booklet. This booklet mainly talked about choosing an empress and taking in concubines. For example, how to divide the power of the harem. Empress, divine consort, and heavenly consort were the three highest ranks of concubines. There was only one empress and 3 or 4 divine consorts. Other than that, there could be more heavenly consorts. As for the concubines after that, it was even more simple and casual. There were official concubines, secondary concubines. This was planned by the empress long ago. Yin Mei actually saw her position among the divine consorts. Her face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Without a doubt, the empress belonged only to Yu Mingkong. As for the other positions, Yu Mingkong planned to discuss with her before deciding. Chapter 807. This is the list that Mingkong was drawing up some time ago, but it's just for me to take a look. What do you think? Gu Changa said casually. Now that he was really free, he was willing to spend some time on concubines. Therefore, when Yu Mingkong mentioned it to him previously, he had already considered it. He had seen many of the names on the list. For example, Yu Mingkong had originally intended to abdicate the position of Emperor-Empress. However, Gu Changa felt that there was no need. This was a divine kingdom that he had casually created, and he found it troublesome to have so many complicated formalities. As for the 4 divine concubines, there were only Yin Mei and Jiang Chu-Chu. There were still 2 vacancies. However, Gu Changa had not officially married the 2 of them, nor had he informed the All Heavens that he was going to take concubines. Therefore, he had only drawn up the list. If he really wanted to do it, he would need to hold a proper ceremony. Gu Changa did not want to owe them, especially Jiang Chu-Chu, for this kind of thing. Below the divine concubines were the heavenly concubines. There were actually many women's names on the list. Yu Mingkong had felt that she had an inexplicable relationship with Gu Changa during this period of time, so she took the initiative to write them up. For example, Yen Ji Consort Yen, Empress Xiao, Heavenly Consort Xiao, Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, Heavenly Deer Empress, Ji Qingxian, Empress Qingxian, Su Qinga, Empress Qingge, Black Yan Yu, Empress Yan Yu, Lin Qiuhan, and even Xiao Ruoyin, the reincarnation of the immortal palace's High Priest of Destiny, Tao Yao and Chan Hongyi. Gu Changa had a headache when it came to these things. He did not even know about them before. Yu Mingkong was very clear about them, but she had never mentioned them in front of him. Moreover, Yu Mingkong had asked him about Xian'er. In the face of these matters, even if Gu Changa could easily kill his way into the upper realm and intimidate the heavens, he would still find it tricky and troublesome. If he could fool them, he would. After that, Gu Changa gave Yu Mingkong and Yin Mei full authority to decide on the consort selection. He would not interfere. For the entire divine nation of eternity, the divine Lord's successor was of the utmost importance. Almost all of the ministers immediately requested that Gu Changa establish the Empress Palace. Otherwise, as the divine nation that ruled the heavens, it would appear to lack a foundation and lose its status. Gu Changa thought about it and decided to accept the opinions of the ministers. In the divine nation, he instructed many craftsmen to start building the palace. As for the divine materials and immortal materials, they were to be taken from the national treasury. If they were scarce resources, Gu Changa would send powerhouses to extract them. He was quite diligent in this matter. There were many palaces in the rear palace, including the Empress Palace, the Divine Consort Palace, and the heavenly consort palace. As for the names of the palaces, it was not up to him to decide. For example, the Empress Palace was where Yu Mingkong usually lived. As for how to name it and gather faith, it was up to her to decide. However, Gu Changa thought that with Yu Mingkong's personality, she might name it the Mingkong Palace. In the following days, many palaces began to appear behind the divine nation's palaces. Just the materials alone were enough to make those who had attained the Tao speechless. All types of immortal materials used to forge Tao artifacts were piled up into mountains. Every day, one could see dazzling divine light interweaving in that place. There were a few ancient deity races that were as tall as mountain ridges that appeared. Their figures were tens of thousands of zhang tall, and even the clan elders took action, personally forging a palace for Gu Changa. The ancient god tribe was an ancient tribe in the distant universe. They fed on stars. Every time one of them evolved and grew, a star mark would appear in the space between their eyebrows. 9-star ancient gods had the strength of those who had attained the Tao. For example, the tribe leader was a 9-star golden ancient god. His strength was monstrous. Ordinary people were no match for him. He revered and respected Gu Changa from the bottom of his heart. He specially brought many powerhouses of the tribe to the divine nation to pledge their allegiance to it. They were willing to serve the divine nation to establish an everlasting foundation. The process of building the palaces was not complicated or long. In just a few months, a large group of palaces rose from the ground in the divine nation. There were a few places that were even piled up from unmatched, wondrous earth. There were those who achieved the Tao who paid a great price to move over from a few forbidden holy lands. Immortal rain shone brilliantly, incomparably divine. Many divine trees and wondrous roots planted here. There were also some areas that were condensed from many stars. They were vast and boundless, and there were wisps of dense fog. It was very quiet. There were also some palaces that were very simple, but outside were all kinds of medicinal fields. Many strange species were planted there, and they were all extremely precious and rare. Some could only be found in the divine nation. There were also some that were just simple scenery. They did not occupy a large area and were more like quiet and secluded houses. However, because of the celestial rain that drifted between heaven and earth, it was stained with all kinds of sacred colors. There were mountain and river corridors, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. These areas were actually independent, small worlds with their own rules. The environment was completely different from the outside world. There were many mysterious restrictions set up between them. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to come in contact with them. Of course, these independent small worlds all existed in the divine nation. After all, the divine nation was too vast. It was refined by Gu Changa from many universes. The territory was boundless, and those who had attained the Tao might not be able to reach the end in their lifetime. As for the names of these areas, they all had their own characteristics. The most magnificent and majestic palace that exuded a steady atmosphere was called the Emperor Harem Palace, also known as the Clear Sky Palace. It was very close to the palace where Gu Changa usually rested. In addition, there was the Heavenly Fox Pure Land, the Saintess Palace, and so on. In the end, Gu Changa could not help but shake his head. Even that guy Gu Xian could not help but join in the fun. He sent people to build an extremely primitive Tao field for her. There were vast palaces, endless wastelands, and celestial mist lingering. It was like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed, spiritual springs surged, and silver waterfalls fell. She named it the Xian, or palace. After the palaces were built, Gu Changa chose a date and directly announced to all worlds that he was going to hold a concubine-conferring ceremony. When the news spread, all worlds were shaken. The orthodoxies from various universes were deeply shocked. They all expressed their congratulations. Whether it was the ministers of the divine nation or other orthodoxies, they all sent people to send congratulatory gifts to express their congratulations and respect. Meanwhile, on this day, the entire world was celebrating. The the red decorations covering millions and millions of li, vast and world-shocking. A grand banquet was held within the divine country. The upper realm was boiling. All the major figures of the orthodoxies came to congratulate. Many bygone-era existences showed up. Those who had attained the Tao, those with deep foundations, they all came to congratulate and send their most precious gifts. Gu Changa's figure appeared at the peak of the divine nation. His brilliance was dazzling, as if there was endless celestial light flowing around him. He sat in the universe. His body shone with emperor light. On top of his head, a supreme crown appeared, gathering the faith of all living beings. Greetings, divine lord! At this moment, Gu Changa's brilliance illuminated all the realms. All the cultivators and living beings kowtowed in his direction. Walala, Wu! The ancient and towering epic tree stood behind him. It exuded an ancient and desolate aura as if it had propped up the ages. Chapter 808. Divine light shone brightly, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. All the heavens came to offer their congratulations and gifts to Gu Changa outside the kingdom of God. The grandeur and shock of this grand wedding had simply surpassed many of the occasions since ancient times. It was even comparable to the grandeur of the wedding between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. All the cultivators who were lucky enough to witness this wedding would never forget it. It even became an ancient legend for the future generations. The Divine Lord's wedding was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. Tao chants resounded across the 9 heavens and shook the universe. The final wedding ceremony was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. The earth-shattering wedding of Gu Changa and his concubines lasted for half a month. Later cultivators directly called it a heavenly wedding. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere in the kingdom of God. Auspicious scenes of dragons and phoenixes appeared in various universes, illuminating all the heavens. During this half a month, ancient existences kept coming to offer precious gifts and blessings. There were also many beings from extremely distant universes who came with a heart of submission. These forces and races didn't just come with gifts and blessings. They even came with resources, wanting to join the kingdom of God and become its citizens. It was inevitable that the kingdom of God would unify the heavens. Moreover, there was a huge difference between having the kingdom of God and not having the protection of the 870 countries. The further the universes from the center of the upper realm were, the more oppressed by orthodoxies that evacuated from the upper realm. If they didn't have a strong background to support them, they would be enslaved by those orthodoxies sooner or later. After all, the further they were from the center of the upper realm, the more incomplete the precepts of heaven and earth in those universes were. The most powerful beings born there were only at the level of Tao attainment. How could they resist those with immortal weapons? Therefore, when faced with a choice, these forces would rather submit to the kingdom of God than be enslaved by those orthodoxies. This kind of thing happened frequently during this period of time. However, it was actually a trivial matter to the huge kingdom of God. I fulfilled my promise to you. The starlight was dazzling, and the Milky Way was like a train. The Saintess Palace was filled with red clouds. Auspicious red lanterns were hung everywhere. It was very festive. A woman with a graceful and slender figure was sitting at the side of the wedding bed. She was clenching her little hands tightly with slight uneasiness, and she seemed to be unable to sit still and was slightly nervous. However, when he heard Gu Changa's slightly amused voice coming from outside the hall, he was stunned. Her entire body suddenly relaxed. Then she stretched out her jade-like small hand and removed the red veil on her head, revealing a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. With a bit of makeup on, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Her porcelain-like face seemed to reveal a wisp of rosy charm due to shyness, and it was unforgettable to look away. On the day of the wedding, who would personally remove their own red veil? Are you in that much of a hurry? Gu Changa looked at Jiang Chuchu, whose eyes were shining brightly. He suddenly chuckled and couldn't help but make fun of him. Ah, hearing Gu Changa's words, Jiang Chu was first stunned. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then she suddenly reacted. Did she personally remove her own veil? The rosy color on her face deepened. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Gu Changa's teasing expression. She was full of embarrassment and anger. Seeing that Jiang Chu was about to put the red veil back on, Gu Changa laughed again. He directly grabbed her slender wrist and said, "How can you do that? You've already removed it, and you're still putting it back on. Do you not plan to marry me?" "No." Hearing this, Jiang Chu couldn't help but glare at him. However, seeing that Gu Changa came directly to her palace tonight, she couldn't help but feel a little happy and secretly happy. This heavenly marriage was very shocking. It was not inferior to Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong's wedding. Moreover, it was an open and above-board marriage. Even if there was a rule in the human ancestors' palace that the saintess of each generation was not allowed to marry outside. But so what? All the clans in the heavens and all the orthodoxies witnessed personally. Who would dare to say a word? That's great. Jiang Chu suddenly hugged Gu Changa's waist and buried her head in his arms. Her face was full of happiness and satisfaction. She was deeply in love with Gu Changa. This was because Gu Changa had gone against his heart many times and done many things that could be said to be inconsistent with her ideals. In the beginning, she had never thought that there would be a day when she would give up everything for Gu Changa. Even to her, the sect that had given her a new lease on life and the human ancestors' palace that had raised her, not to mention the great responsibility of the people on her shoulders. To Jiang Chu, her feelings for Gu Changa were the kind that, even if she knew that he was a demon who was the enemy of the entire world and was destined to be her mortal enemy, she was still willing to stand by his side and betray everything. She knew that Gu Changa might not be able to give her any status, but she had no regrets. "I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long." Looking at Jiang Chu in front of him, Gu Changa's expression softened. The red candles shone brightly. With a shake of his hand, they were extinguished one by one. The palace fell into darkness. The night ended in silence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for many people. Some are happy, some are silent, and some were sad in the heavenly fox mystic realm. Mei was dressing up in front of a mirror. Her face was thin and charming. The maids behind her had been waiting on her respectfully, but they were also very frightened. After all, the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not the only concubine the divine master was marrying in this heavenly marriage. However, the divine master had not arrived at this time of the night. The maids were naturally worried that the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not favored by the divine master. The divine consort of Heavenly Fox was a title bestowed by Mei. She was one of the 4 divine consorts. Currently, there were only 2 divine consorts. One was her, and the other was naturally Jiang Chu. "You can all leave now." Mei looked at herself in the mirror. Her expression did not change much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Although she had expected this, she still felt a little disappointed, regretful and disappointed, as well as a faint sense of grievance. However, in the latter half of the night, when she was about to go to bed, she saw Gu Changa quietly coming over. Her heart was filled with an indescribable surprise. Time passed quickly. Decades had passed since the establishment of the divine nation and the concubine selection. Gu Changa sat at the top of the divine nation, overlooking the heavens. He had also accompanied his family and lovers for hundreds of years. The divine nation had developed and expanded. According to the plan, it had conquered the heavens step by step. Its territory was already vast and boundless. Many orthodoxies and forces had also submitted to the divine nation in the past few decades. Gu Changa had succeeded in refining the immortal investiture role a few decades ago. She had used up a lot of precious treasures and had even accumulated a lot of vital energy over the years. On this day, after perfecting many details, a dazzling golden roll, exuding an ancient aura, appeared in the sky above the divine nation. It was boundless and was surrounded by boundless chaotic energy. It was on the same level as the nation-guarding sun, and its light covered the heavens. The two ancient divine characters of the immortal investiture roll reflected everything and had the divine power to suppress the heavens and the earth. Chapter 809. Golden light shone brightly as if there was a sun rising in the heavens. Ancient Tao sounds traveled billions of miles and resounded in every part of the universe. This enormous chart was constructed from countless precious divine materials, and it was completely suffused with a faint golden glow while chaotic chi coiled around it. The two words celestial bestowment were ancient and majestic. It had a terrifying aura that pressured the heavens. Cultivators of any level would tremble just by looking at it, and they couldn't help but want to kneel before it. Golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed around the board. Divine light surged, and even the surrounding stars trembled as if they couldn't bear the aura of the board. Tao rhymes circulated an immortal light intertwined. Soon the board was covered by a vast fog. No cultivator could see through it. However, the heavens and realms were shocked by this board. Almost all existences couldn't calm down and couldn't sit still. A few decades ago, Gu Changa had talked about immortal bestowment. Cultivators above mortal supremacy could enter this board and become immortal in one step. They would no longer be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. This matter shocked the heavens and realms. Many of the existences at that time couldn't sit still. They were worried that the board would affect them. However, they weren't willing to entrust their lives to the kingdom of God and Gu Changa. On the other hand, the immortal bestowment could directly affect the situation in the entire upper realm. It could even affect the various races in the heavens and realms. The various universes wouldn't be peaceful. After all, this was an incredible thing that could allow people to become immortal in one step, who wouldn't be affected by bewitchment. Above supremacy, there were 3 levels: sub-emperor, Tao attainment, and foundation characters. If cultivators wanted to become immortal, they would have to spend countless years to reach the foundation character's level. Once the immortal bestowment board was released, the balance that had been maintained since ancient times would definitely be broken. Gu Changa sat on the peak of the kingdom of God and looked at the board. His voice was calm, and it resounded through the heavens like a great bell. The immortal bestowment board is formed. Anyone who enters this board will be blessed by providence and faith and become immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal bestowment roll concealed itself. Its brilliant might vanished into the horizon, but that shocking and terrifying phenomenon was still reflected in the heavens. However, these words caused a huge commotion in the various universes. The most powerful experts of many races and sects appeared and gathered their people. They began to discuss how to deal with the situation. Although the glory of the divine nation had illuminated the heavens and was on the verge of unifying the world, the divine nation was still in a daze. However, the heavens were too vast and boundless. It was impossible to unify the heavens in such a short period of time. Over the years, many forces had submitted to the divine nation, but there were still many clans and forces hiding in the dark. Even the countries outside the divine nation had revealed themselves. It came from the outer domain outside of the upper realm. It was as ancient as the upper realm. The universe was stacked on top of each other, and the depth of its foundation was unimaginable. It was precisely because the precepts of heaven and earth in the upper realm were evolving and becoming complete that the outer realms began to reveal themselves. Time and space were the greatest forces in this world. Even those who had achieved the immortal Tao did not dare to say that they could understand these secrets, let alone know how many worlds there were in this world. The divine light disappeared, and Gu Changa's figure appeared in the palace of the divine nation. His attire was very simple. He wore a green silk robe, and his hair was not tied up in a bun. He was handsome and casual. It was difficult to associate him with the divine master who ruled the heavens and the supreme emperor of a generation. Now he was more like a fine young master in a chaotic world, a banished immortal who had strayed into the mortal world. He was extraordinary. Divine Master, once the immortal investiture roll is released, there will be chaos outside the divine nation. Although the divine nation has been purging the various universes these past years, there are still remnants in some corners, creating chaos in various ways. A minister was reporting and said respectfully, during this period there are even remnants of the destroyed orthodoxies who have sacrificed ancient remnant souls using secret techniques in an attempt to worship the evil immortals and disrupt the foundation of our divine nation. We are stupid and cannot get rid of them once and for all. Hearing these words, Gu Changa nodded slightly, but his expression did not change. He said, I already know about this. Even if the evil immortals appear, they will not dare to appear in the divine nation. The evil immortals are not to be blamed on you. Even if they have a wisp of intelligence at their peak, they're not something that ordinary people can contend with. He did not like to call himself I, so most of the time he referred to himself as I in front of the ministers. Things like today had happened too many times over the years. At first, the ministers were very surprised, but later they got used to it. They knew that Gu Changa was not old and did not like complicated formalities. Gu Changa liked to solve many things in a straightforward and simple way. He did not like to beat around the bush. As for the evil immortals, in the end, the orthodoxies that were once destroyed by him were not completely eradicated. In the past few years, they had gathered forces in various places and even used secret and forbidden arts to sacrifice themselves to connect to the long river of time. They wanted to find a trace or brand of their ancestors and awaken them. Zero those orthodoxies that had been destroyed because of Gu Changa had real immortal realm ancestors. Because of the evolution of the environment, the power of the immortal realm could be seen. So the divine soul marks that had disappeared in the long river of time were also revived. This led to the so-called evil immortals. Over the years, the divine nation had destroyed no less than 10 evil immortals, and the situation was getting worse. It seems that the power of the Evil Suppression Division is still not enough. Marquee Evil Suppression. Go to the ministers, sects, and families and pick talented young men and women to join the Evil Suppression Division. They will belong to the Saber Division and can use merit points to exchange divine powers and all kinds of treasures. The evil immortals are allowed to wreak havoc in the world, making the country uneasy and the foundation unstable. We have to get rid of them. Zero Gu Changa ordered casually. The Saber Division, Spear Division, Sword Division, and Halberd were the 4 divisions that he had casually created. The 4 divisions were responsible for killing and were one of the most terrifying forces in the divine nation in recent years. Marquee Evil Suppression was an extremely fierce and burly man. There was chaos chi around him, and his appearance could scare off evil and make children stop crying. Yes, Divine Master. After receiving the order, he immediately went to pass the order to the various clans and sects to select talents. Although the Evil Suppression Division sounded nice, it was actually created by Gu Changa at the suggestion of Inmei. As for the purpose, it was not to get rid of evil or evil immortals, but to balance and suppress the power of the ministers of the various clans. There was no absolute peace in this world. Gu Changa had long expected the evil immortals, but in fact he did not care much about it. But he used this opportunity to create the Evil Suppression Division, in the name of selecting talents, to select talents from various clans and sects for his use. After training and cultivation, they would sincerely submit to him. In the long run, the real effect would be seen. After dealing with many affairs, Gu Changa's figure turned into a wisp of clear air and disappeared. This was naturally not his real body, but a Dharma body formed by a random thought. But even if there was a foundation, it would be impossible to see the difference. During this period of time, his real body had been sitting cross-legged at the end of the void outside the divine nation, refining the true blood of the Fiend Lord. At the same time, he used his mind to contact the deity region that was connected to the upper world. In addition, Guchanga was also refining the origin accumulated by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, and his cultivation level was increasing at a terrifying speed. If he went through the baptism of the immortal tribulation, his realm might be able to reach an incredible level in an instant. Chapter 810. In fact, Guchanga left most of the matters in Divine Kingdom to Yin Mei and the others. His real body was outside the void, only appearing occasionally when he wanted to see Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. Normally, when he had to make a decision on such matters, only then would a thought materialize to deal with them. Guchanga had long planned for the immortal investiture role. After the role was taken out, the imperial court of Divine Kingdom would inform all the heavens. Based on the degree of trust in Divine Kingdom, one could enter the role. In the vast heavens, there were countless cultivators and creatures like a sea of smoke. Even the existences above the Supremes were too many. It was impossible for all of them to enter the role. What Guchanga wanted to do now was to show the immortal investiture role in front of everyone, to let all the heavens know that the immortal investiture role was not a lie. As for the immortal investiture role, I'll leave it to Bai Lianer. She's been studying all kinds of lists recently. As for the list, there's no need to rush. We can find some ministers who are loyal to Divine Kingdom and give them the title in public. This way, the impact will be much more far-reaching. Guchanga waved his hand in the air, and an order appeared. Then, a terrifying ripple appeared in the air, and the order flew out of the void and landed in a temple in the Divine Kingdom. Bai Lian was the owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and had the inheritance of the ancient Sha Di. Although the Sha Di called himself an emperor, his cultivation was close to that of an immortal. The inheritance he left behind was extremely terrifying. All these years, Guchanga had Bai Lian in charge of the Azura Palace. She had been secretly training an organization called the Heaven's Net. In fact, it was similar to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It could gather all kinds of information from all over the world and do some shady things in the dark. Moreover, Guchanga ordered Bai Lian to build the Tianji Hall according to Yin Mei's suggestion. They also established the Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Heavenly Mystery Hall, and so on in the various ancient cities of the myriad realms of the universe. These forces were all spies, and they could gather all sorts of information and make all sorts of rankings. For example, the prodigy rankings, weapon rankings, power rankings, beauty rankings, talent rankings, and so on. Guchanga's intention was very simple. He wanted to make the competition between the Tao domains more intense. A cultivator's life is all for fame and power. In fact, Guchanga even had plans to create heavenly Tao steels for the various cultivation realms, gathering the fate of heaven and earth and listing out the various geniuses since ancient times. By being listed on the steels, one would be able to obtain a ranking and corresponding rewards. In addition, he also planned to open up the Void Realm. It was a realm where all living beings had faith, similar to the 9 underworlds of the underworld in myths and legends. Even though the spirit was destroyed, the incense still existed and was controlled by the Divine Kingdom. It could guarantee the reincarnation of the warrior, or condense the godhead in the virtual realm and become the incense-ing god. However, this so-called virtual realm was still in Guchanga's consideration and had not been put into action. If he really wanted to do so, it would be an extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming process. As for the reason for doing so, Guchanga found that this number was compatible with the operation of the heavenly Tao, and it was beneficial for him to comprehend and cultivate through the power of faith. At the same time, Guchanga had a premonition that some kind of shocking change might have happened in the celestial realm during this period of time. There would be terrifying things that were completely different from the rumors in the past. Before Gu Qingyi left the upper realm, he had also told him that in the near future, the upper realm and even the heavens would undergo a drastic change. Now that he suddenly had a sudden impulse, Guchanga also felt that he could not underestimate this matter too much. He had to plan ahead. The Tao of Fate was illusory. Unlike the other great Tao, there were many things that needed to be studied, and they all required a long time to understand. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e carefully thought about it. He planned to break through the Tao of Fate and condense the immortal king Tao fruit. As for the origin left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, it could only help Gu Chang'e improve his cultivation. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the great Tao of Fate. In addition to the Tao of Fate, Gu Chang'e was also studying the Tao of Time and Space. Previously, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, so he had dabbled in the Tao of samsara and time. If he wanted to condense the immortal King Tao fruit, he could also consider the great Tao of time, space, and creation. As for the great Tao of devouring, slaughter, and other great Tao, Gu Chang'e did not need to spend time to study and comprehend it. This was because when he was refining the true blood of the demon lord, many insights about these great Tao emerged in his mind. Previously, because of the system, he could exchange the so-called transcendence bone with destiny points. Now, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, this was actually a kind of transaction type of rule. Through destiny points, which was the so-called value or destiny, he could exchange the transcendence bone with the equivalent value. And this transcendence bone was actually a kind of evolution of the original substance contained in the system. This kind of original substance could be understood as a strange energy. Now that Gu Chang'e had comprehended the Tao of Fate, he increasingly felt that the system that had been silent for a long time came from him and had a deep connection with him. Buzz! At this time, Gu Chang'e's order quickly spread out of the void to the Azure Palace whereby Lien was now. She was wearing a plain light robe and was saying something to some cultivators in front of her. Her cold and beautiful face was expressionless and dignified. Choose suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list. Understood. When the order landed in front of her, she was a little surprised. The content of the order was very simple. It was to gather information about the various races and choose the most suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list. Of course, Gu Chang'e would also give the officials a chance to recommend themselves. On the other side, at the eastern side of the divine nation, near the vast sea of stars, many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was very blurry and hazy. For many years, it was covered in a kind of cold color and no light shone. At the center of this area was a large palace called the Ancestral Temple. It was grand and solemn, exuding an ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman with a tear mole at the corner of her eyebrows was calculating something on a compass. She was wearing the white robe of an officiant. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Guanghan Palace above the 9 heavens. Of course, she was also the owner of this place. Today, the high priest of fate of the divine nation was respectfully called Lady Ruoyin. Greetings, your majesty. Xiao Ruoyin noticed layers of ripples spreading in the void in front of her. A trace of emotion appeared on her calm face. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids in front of her before she bowed gracefully. Gu Chang'e's figure walked out of the void. His blue silk robe was very simple. He nodded slightly. He didn't find it strange that Xiao Ruoyin called him that. Unlike the usual concubines, Xiao Ruoyin preferred to call him your majesty, instead of young master or divine master like Yin Mei and the others. Looks like you haven't been idle. Gu Chang'e's eyes fell on the compass behind her back. There were traces of fate flowing on it. Xiao Ruoyin's expression returned to its usual calmness. She nodded and said, I've been living here for a long time and have nothing to do, so I can only cultivate and comprehend this Tao. Your Majesty, may I know why you're here today? If you want Ruoyin to serve you, just send a maid to inform me. Your Majesty, you don't have to come so far. The Divine Palace of Fate was extremely far away from the Divine Nation Palace. It could be said that it was located at the extreme east of the Divine Nation. Hearing that, Gu Chang'e waved his hand. A misty light appeared in his sleeve, and then the creation ferry boat appeared. I'm actually here to talk to you about something else, he said lightly. Chapter 8:11. As a matter of fact, Xiao Ruoyin had guessed what Guchanga was up to when he took out the fairy boat of creation. The fairy boat of creation was a congenital object, not a man-made one. She had relied on her fateless body to resonate with the ethereal long river of fate. That was how she had made it recognize her as its owner. When the celestial palace had collapsed and she had been reincarnated, the fairy boat of creation had also been reincarnated with her. Its weapon spirit had also given birth to a physical body. That was how Jiangqin had been born. However, the fairy boat of creation had been in Gu Changa's hands all these years. Xiao Ruoyin had never thought of asking Gu Changa to return it to her. Your Majesty, are you here to ask about the fairy boat of creation? Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but guess. She laid her eyes on the fairy boat of creation. It looked like it was made of bronze, but it wasn't. It belonged to a rare immortal metal called the mother gold of creation. It had never been recorded in any ancient books, because this material could bear fate. Even if one traveled across the long river of time, they wouldn't be contaminated by karma, let alone be punished by heaven or punished by heaven. However, it was too hard to find. Many practitioners had never heard of the mother gold in their entire lives, let alone the mother gold of creation. Xiao Ruoyin had looked up these things when she was the high priest of fate of the celestial palace. Even for her, it was extremely difficult to find another piece of the mother gold of creation. Gu Changa glanced at Xiao Ruoyin. It's about the fairy boat of creation. But what I want to know is how well you've mastered the doctrine of fate. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the compass behind Xiao Ruoyin. It was a very simple and unadorned compass. But if one were to look closely, they would discover that there were thousands of strands of star-like matter converging on it. It looked very strange. Ordinary people certainly couldn't see it. But after studying the doctrine of fate, Gu Changa understood that it was the so-called karma line. In this world, no matter what happened, it was difficult to escape the word cause and effect. Even he had once been seen through by Xiao Ruoyin because of the matter of cause and effect. Needless to say, it was extraordinarily difficult to truly transcend karma and the 5 elements. The control of fate. Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. Why was Gu Changa suddenly interested in this? As someone with a fateless physique, she was extremely sensitive to karma and destiny. Therefore, it was very easy for her to gain enlightenment and research. All these years, ever since Xiao Ruoyin regained her memories as the high priest of destiny, she had been trying to recover the Tao fruit of her previous life. The most obvious was his comprehension and control of the Tao of fate. Just now, she was indeed calculating, and she was calculating the future changes of the divine nation. Between the heavens and the earth, there would be a great momentum in motion. A truly powerful, great, divine ability expert would be able to see through a person's past and present life with just a glance. It even included the changes and evolutions of the billions of living beings in a great world over countless years. In this world, there were no secrets that he could not know. But at the end of time, he could see the other shore in an instant. It was truly mysterious and unimaginable. However, with Xiao Ruoyin's current strength, she was still too far away from that level. In fact, it was just an unrealistic fantasy. Gu Changa nodded. Recently, I've become quite interested in the Tao of fate. I thought you would have a deep understanding of it. He wasn't lying. He had come here to look for Xiao Ruoyin because he thought that her attainments in the Tao of fate should be quite deep. So that's how it is. Xiao Ruoyin was enlightened. Although I have a deep understanding of this Tao, my cultivation base is still too far away from your Majesty's. Even if I can peer into a bit of fate, I'm afraid it won't be of much use to your Majesty. Gu Changa's current cultivation base was unfathomable and indescribable. He was definitely walking very far on the Tao of immortality. In the Tao of fate, it could definitely be said to be an anomaly that had never appeared since ancient times. Even those who were most proficient in this Tao could not see the future of the anomaly and the Tao of fate. Xiao Ruoyin naturally did not dare to pry into Gu Changa's Tao of fate lightly. It would be a small matter if she couldn't pry into it, but it would be a big matter if she suffered a backlash. Gu Changa knew that Xiao Ruoyin would say so. That was why he took out the creation immortal boat and let her use it to peer into fate. With the creation immortal boat in hand with your current cultivation base, you should be able to peer into the divine nation's Tao of fate. Just barely. He asked slowly. Xiao Ruoyin was silent for a moment. In front of Gu Changa, she didn't dare to hide anything. But the chances are not high. It doesn't matter. If there is danger, you can retreat at any time. I will help you bear any backlash. Gu Changa shook his head. At his level of cultivation, there was a reason for any whim, just like what he was going to do now. In Gu Changa's opinion, this was an extremely crucial step in his deduction and comparison of the path he was going to take next. At the current realm, Gu Changa had deduced and summarized the paths he had taken. Generally speaking, it could be roughly divided into 4 steps. At the end of the first 3 steps, he would reach the other side of the immortal realm, which was the celestial realm. As for the 4th step, he had a feeling when he was studying Tao of Fate. It was above the celestial realm. He had to dispel the clouds and fog, reflect on himself, and achieve the Tao fruit. This was not karma, jumping out of time and space. Then he would control the 3,000 great Tao, immortality, and destruction of thousands of universes. He would transcend the Tao of self, past, present, and future. He would be the only one in history, free and unfettered for eternity. He could destroy the heavens with one hand, and the universe was eternal. He could cut through everything with one's thoughts, understand everything. Nothingness was immortal and concepts were immortal. These were the following paths. When the fog dispersed, everything could be seen. However, Gu Changa still needed to deduce and verify according to Tao of Fate. I understand. Xiao Ruoyin knew that she had no choice. She immediately took the ferry boat. After countless years, it returned to her hands again, and a light trembling sound was heard. Then, layers of mysterious ripples spread out. There seemed to be a wonderful sound in the world. Even the threads of karma were converging towards this place. Xiao Ruoyin, who was dressed in a priest's robe, looked holy and otherworldly. Her whole body was shrouded in boundless celestial light. A large amount of light fog appeared in front of her. It was hazy and blurry, and some blurry scenes flashed past. In these blurry scenes, there was the brilliance of the divine nation, as well as the changes of the various worlds in the heavens, and incense smoke lingered. There were sacrificial sounds everywhere and the vast sound of the world. However, after that, there was a deathly silence and coldness. Some kind of fog swept over, covering everything. Gu Changa's eyes showed many terrifying scenes. At this moment, he seemed to be at the end of the vast and endless void. He was watching the changes of heaven and earth, separating the chaos. There were even lights and shadows that appeared, overlooking everything at the end of the long river of time, watching the changes of mountains and rivers and the change of eras. The path of Tao of Fate is indeed mysterious. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyin was about to be unable to hold on, and that her fair face was flushed red, Gu Changa's expression returned to calmness. With a wave of his robe, there was a sudden explosion of thunder at the end of the sky. However, it quickly dissipated. That suffocating and terrifying pressure instantly dissipated into nothingness. You've worked hard. He caught Xiao Ruoyin, who was on the verge of collapsing, and looked at her pale face. Xiao Ruoyin was indeed almost devoured. When she was deducing the fate of the divine nation, she was suddenly shrouded by a great terror. Her whole body was cold. However, the source of that great terror was unknown. It came and went quickly. She suspected that in the end, Gu Changa acted and expelled that great terror. But what was that? Chapter 812. Xiao Ruoyin's face was pale, not because her realm was not high enough, but because she had come into contact with an unknown terror during her divination, which had damaged her mind. In Xiao Ruoyin's opinion, this was an extremely inconceivable matter. Her understanding of fate might not be unparalleled, but there was absolutely no one in the world who could surpass her. However, when she was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, she had a premonition of unimaginable terror. What exactly was it? Xiao Ruoyin's mind was in a daze for a moment before she recovered. When she saw that she was in Gu Changa's arms, she couldn't help but get up and say, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. I've seen too little about the fate of the divine kingdom." She was speaking the truth. Even with the immortal boat of destiny in her hand, she couldn't see the source of that great terror. In fact, she had almost suffered a backlash just now. After all, she had the fateless body, which was innately beyond karma. She had tried to divine Gu Changa's origins when she had just awakened her memories of her past life, but had suffered a backlash. Today was the second time in her life that she had suffered a backlash. Xiao Ruoyin was extremely shocked. Gu Changa didn't look surprised. He knew that his premonition wouldn't be wrong. When Xiao Ruoyin was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, he had seen those blurry scenes. The future couldn't be seen, but a corner of it had appeared. The world was dusky, the end of an era, and even the stars were collapsing. The entire universe was shattering. A boundless fog swept in, covering everything. The only thing that could be seen was a vast Wangyang rising and falling in the distance, one wave extinguishing an era. In the future, the upper world would indeed undergo a great change. It could even be said that the myriad worlds in the heavens, including the immortal realms, would be affected and wouldn't be spared. After confirming this, Gu Changa felt much more relieved. He didn't have many unknown speculations like before. "It's fine. Thank you for your hard work. The immortal boat of creation is now in your hands." He spoke casually and had no intention of taking possession of the immortal vessel of creation. At most, it could be used as a tool to traverse the river of time in his hands, and it was difficult for him to bring out its true use. And now, Gu Changa's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, so he naturally didn't need to rely on external objects to cross the river of time. On the contrary, in Xiao Ruoyin's hands, the immortal boat of creation could play a greater role. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Ruoyin was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Gu Changa to say that he would return the boat to her. However, even with her mental state, she couldn't help but feel slightly delighted when she regained what she'd lost. Her delicate and fair hand lightly rubbed the exterior of the immortal vessel of creation that was covered in wind and frost. After recovering her memories from her previous life, Xiao Ruoyin's temperament had changed quite a bit compared to before. If it was in her previous life, all she wanted to do was figure out her fate. She was not interested in anything else and would not even feel emotional. But in this life it was different. Not only did she have the experience of becoming an ordinary person, but she also experienced and understood the world of mortals. Now, she was the eternal kingdom of God's concubine Ruoyin, one of Gu Changa's concubines. Gu Changa was the main culprit behind the destruction of the 9 heavens 10 lands, the heavens 10 lands, and the collapse of the immortal palace in her previous life. In Xiao Ruoyin's view, even if it was explained by fate, it was still very difficult to explain. "Your Majesty, are you going to rest in the shrine of destiny tonight? I'm going to take a bath and serve you in bed." At this moment, as if thinking of something, Xiao Ruoyin raised her cold eyes and couldn't help but ask. Although she was made a concubine, this was the first time in so long that Gu Changa had come to the shrine of destiny. Although she wasn't interested in serving him in bed and fighting for his favor, she couldn't change her mind. It was hard to predict the fate of the kingdom of God, but Xiao Ruoyin knew that as long as Gu Changa was still around, the kingdom of God would never be destroyed. If she wanted to be detached from worldly affairs and focus on the shrine of destiny, not caring about the affairs of the world and not being affected by the outside world. Most importantly, she had to at least let the ministers in the court and the various races know that she, as a concubine, still had some status in Gu Changa's heart. Otherwise, after being made a concubine, Gu Changa never stayed here. If word got out, wouldn't she, concubine Royne, only exist in name? Wouldn't it be no different from being banished to the cold palace? It had to be said that Xiao Ruoyin was more or less affected by the previous Xiao Ruoyin, which was why she considered this. There's no need. It's getting late. You should rest early. However, what stunned Xiao Ruoyin was that after hearing this, Gu Changge's expression didn't change much, and he gently waved his hand. The pair of deep eyes were as calm as ever, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. After saying that, his figure turned into a flash of light and disappeared from where he was, as if he had merged into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Yes! Xiao Ruoyin was stunned for a long time before she lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Your concubine respectfully sees you off, Your Majesty." In fact, she had already planned to serve him in bed, but she didn't expect that Gu Changge's gaze didn't linger on her at all, not to mention wanting to stay the night. It was as if she was made a concubine only because of the existence of the Shrine of Destiny. This made Xiao Ruoyin feel a sense of loss. No matter what, she was still Gu Changge's woman. This was an undeniable fact. As the high priest of destiny in her previous life, from the moment she was born, she had never left the Shrine of Destiny. And in this life, before her memory was awakened, she had given herself to Gu Changge. Looking at the Shrine of Destiny, which seemed to be getting colder and colder, Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly, and the joy of regaining the creation ferry boat also disappeared. Gu Changge seemed to have come tonight just to ask her about fate and to return the creation ferry boat. Other than that, there was no other purpose. Didn't that mean that in the future, the number of times she wanted to see Gu Changge could actually be counted on one hand? Or was it too few to count? After leaving the Shrine of Destiny, Gu Changge still had a thought to create a wisp of Tao Law Dharma body in the divine kingdom to guard it, while his original body went out of nothingness to continue refining the drop of true blood and various origins. Through Xiao Ruoyin's matter, he determined his next path and understood what fate was. For many things, as long as you thought through it, breaking through, and so on was actually a matter of course. A few days later, outside the imperial palace, the immortal coronation ceremony began. Many ministers, according to Gu Changge's instructions, brought the important things of their clans, such as the scriptures of their clans, secret weapons, and so on, and waited here. Behind these ministers were the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, and the ancient clans that had migrated from the distant universe. In the past, in the upper realm, there were existences that could cause a huge earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Mighty and endless, it was enough to make any ordinary cultivator scared out of their wits and find it hard to believe. But today, these people were waiting respectfully outside the imperial palace. On the square outside, there were several huge heavenly steels, which were shining brightly. If one looked closely, one could see that those heavenly steels were made of extremely special materials, and even those who had attained the Tao could not damage them at all. And on those heavenly steels, there were spatial fluctuations flickering, and then the runes were connected, forming a terrifying black hole in the void, but the surroundings were emitting mysterious fluctuations. Many powerhouses felt their hearts palpitate just by looking at it, and they felt that it was not as simple as the entrance to the altar. Behind it, there was probably a supreme divine ability that refined a great world and made it the treasury. This is the immortal coronation altar that His Majesty refined with his supreme divine ability. At the beginning of the immortal coronation roll, the cultivator who enters the roll first will get great benefits. According to the requirements of the immortal coronation hall, as long as you put your secret treasures into the altar, you'll get the corresponding immortal coronation points. With enough immortal coronation points, you can exchange for an immortal coronation order. In the beginning, the immortal coronation points for an immortal coronation order will not be very high, but later on, it will gradually increase. Moreover, the immortal coronation altar will not be open all the time. It needs a special timing. But with the immortal coronation order, you can accept the immortal coronation roll and become an immortal immediately. Above the boundless square, fog drifted, as if it was a vast universe. Many ministers were talking in low voices, looking at the immortal coronation altar at the front. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, shock, and other complicated expressions. Chapter 8:13. Outside the imperial palace was a vast square. Fog drifted around it, and it was boundless. The square was filled with people, but they were all silent. Many ministers were waiting respectfully for the divine master to appear and host the immortal investiture ceremony. As the name suggested, the ceremony was held especially for the immortal investiture ceremony. Almost all living beings and cultivators from all corners of the universe came to witness this magnificent event with their own eyes. Many people were curious to know if the immortal investiture roll was as magical as Guchanga said. Was it able to make people become immortals immediately? Was it able to make cultivators above supremacy become immortals? At the front of the palace, the ministers stood at the front. The forces behind them were the most ancient and terrifying. They had several powerful individuals overseeing them. Apart from that, they also had celestial artifacts. Even in the current higher realm, they were still fully deserving of being overlords. In the divine nation, they enjoyed a respectable status with vast lands and great power. Of course, the great void divine clan, the reclusive tranquil clan, and the Taichu divine sect were at the forefront. The current leader of the Great Void Divine Clan was titled Lord Great Void and was highly valued. In addition, a powerful figure in the Great Void Divine Clan, Jingyang, was very close to a divine consort. This also led to the Great Void Divine Clan's high status in the divine nation. Even the other imperishable forces and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very polite to them. The divine sect of Taichu, also known as the demonic sect of Taichu, could be said to be the most trusted force of the divine lord. It was called the national religion because the leader of the divine sect of Taichu was the grandfather of the divine Lord Guchanga. As for the Longevity Gu clan, they were well-deserved royalty in the divine nation. At the front of the palace, the lord of the immortal investiture hall appeared. He was a tall figure wearing a bronze mask and wearing a long green robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were deep and cold, as if he had no mortal emotions. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. Ordinary, powerful figures would tremble in fear when facing him. This person was Yama, the former lord of the fourth hall of hell. He was also named San by Guchanga. His cultivation had reached the ruined immortal realm a long time ago. Other than Guchanga, there was hardly anyone in the upper realm who could easily defeat him. Behind the hall master of the celestial bestowment hall, there were many eunuchs with white faces and white beards. There were creatures of all races, and their cultivations were unfathomable. They lined up and stood respectfully outside the palace. Apart from the celestial sealing hall, the azure hall, the heavenly mystery hall, and the 4 halls of blade, spear, sword, and halberd, many powers that belonged to the imperial family appeared. They were either leaders or managers, and they all stood respectfully outside the imperial palace. The immortal investiture ceremony was a grand event for all the realms in the universe. Even the divine concubines and celestial empress had to appear. In the vast square, all the ministers were stunned by this scene. They had clearly seen the tip of the iceberg of the divine kingdom's reserves. His Majesty has arrived! And at this time, along with the vast sound of a bell, the entire universe trembled. Countless cultivators and living beings heard the grand sound of the world resound. In every corner of the universe, the sound of worship was heard. A slender figure that seemed to be enveloped by brilliant heavenly light appeared outside the imperial palace. Even his hair was overflowing with 5-colored heavenly light. From his face he looked extremely young and was as handsome as jade. His eyes were calm and deep, as if they could see through all the secrets of the universe and see the past and present. His Dharma body appeared at the top of the divine kingdom. He was so tall that even the stars around him were as small as dust. Even the living beings in the vast universe outside the divine kingdom sensed it. They were shocked and in awe, and they respectfully knelt in the direction of the divine kingdom. Behind Gu Chang'e, Celestial Empress Yu Mingkong, divine concubine Yinmei, and Jiang Chuchu all appeared outside the imperial palace with him. Greetings, divine lord. The divine kingdom is immortal and will last forever. Loud and respectful voices resounded throughout the entire square. All the ministers and living beings knelt in front of the divine kingdom, not daring to show any disrespect. This was a scene that was enough to shock the universe. The world was filled with the light of worship. Strands of silver faith power gathered in the sky above the divine kingdom like a bottomless Wangyang. In the end, it flowed into the blazing sun. Sparkling light rain fell and golden lotuses bloomed. Tao sounds resounded in the world. Almost all the cultivators and living beings felt that their divine souls were clear and their spiritual altars were empty. Their expressions became more pious. At this moment, the divine kingdom's fate chi surged into the sky. At the end of the sky, even the sun and the moon shone together. Then, the long river of time was reflected. The surging river made huge waves. From one end of the long river of time to the other end, the powerful beings of the past and the future all sensed it and were shocked. Everyone, please rise. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. His eyes were calm as he signaled everyone on the square to rise. Finally, he looked at the immortal bestowment altar. In his opinion, this immortal bestowment ceremony was the best opportunity to show the entire upper world the opportunity to become an immortal, so it had to be grand. As the ministers stood up, Gu Chang'e gently waved his hand. Boundless light blossomed between heaven and earth as a golden board appeared. The two ancient words, immortal bestowment, illuminated the heavens, incomparably resplendent. There was extremely dense faith power on it. Even the edges were filled with immortal ascension intent. At this moment, even those with a strong foundation felt that this immortal bestowment roll definitely contained the opportunity to become an immortal. The epic tree and the epic Tao fruit were both in Gu Chang'e's hands. He could easily control the opportunity to become an immortal by refining these two items. Even when the environment of the world was perfect to the point of the immortal ancient era, ordinary people would not be qualified to touch the path to becoming an immortal. After all, becoming an immortal was definitely a big deal. How could Gu Chang'e not sense it? Could he personally witness the rise of a perfected immortal and threaten him? The birth of this immortal bestowment roll had already determined everything. After Gu Chang'e unified the heavens, this would be the only opportunity to become an immortal. He would be conferred a title by the divine nation and enjoy the faith of the divine nation. However, he would also be restricted by the divine nation and Gu Chang'e. His life was in his hands. At this moment, all the ministers and citizens of the divine nation were looking at the golden list at the top. It was boundless and stood above the clouds. It seemed to be able to span half the universe. The ceremony begins. As a Tao attainment eunuch shouted, the ministers at the front of the palace trembled and then walked out without hesitation. They looked at Gu Chang'e respectfully and said without hesitation, "We are willing to follow the divine master for generations and submit to the divine nation. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this, and all living beings can hear." As their words fell, they seemed to have sensed something. The heavenly steels on the square of the palace began to shine with golden light, covering their bodies. The Longevity G family offers the immortal artifact 9 Heavens Ocean Armor, the 4 Directions flag of the Cloud World, and an immortal bestowment roll. A majestic middle-aged man walked out. He was the head of the Longevity G family. He said respectfully, an ancient small world appeared behind him. Dense immortal light appeared and wrapped around the 2 items. Then they turned into 2 streams of light and entered the immortal bestowment altar. Rumble! The heavenly steels trembled with a force that shook the heavens and earth. Mysterious light and rules flowed on them as if they were measuring the value of the 2 items and whether they were worth an immortal bestowment roll. All the ministers looked at this scene in shock. The 9 Heavens Ocean Armor was one of the Longevity G family's trump cards. Once worn, even immortals would find it difficult to break through. As for the 4 Directions flag of the Cloud World, it was a famous connate item in the upper world. It was said that it was born from the 4 Directions chi of the Cloud World in ancient times. There were 4 flags in total. When waved, strange phenomena would appear, and heaven and earth would be in chaos. It could defend against enemies and seal them. If the 4 flags were gathered, they could set up a 4 Directions great formation that could even kill immortals. The Longevity G family could be said to have really put in a lot of effort to obtain an immortal bestowment role. This made the expressions of many of the Longevity families' heads change slightly. Chapter 8:14. The 9 Heavens Heavy Armor and the Cloud World's 4 Directions flag were both unimaginable treasures. They could be used to protect a clan for countless years. Now they turned into 2 rays of divine light and entered the celestial bestowment altar. Instantly there were bursts of brilliance. There was even the sound of the great Tao, which resounded throughout the heavens. The golden lotus rotated and then emitted a dazzling light. All the officials and citizens looked at it in shock. The celestial bestowment altar was like a bottomless black hole. It was dark and bottomless. It seemed to be connected to a vast world. A wisp of chi was emitted from it. Everyone's body trembled slightly. They didn't dare to go near it for fear of being swallowed. Even Gu Changa, Yuminkong, and the others behind him were looking at this scene quietly. They were waiting for a halo to appear on the heavenly monument. 2 immortal artifacts for 1 celestial bestowment writ. It's quite appropriate now. Yin Mei was dressed formally. She was dignified and elegant. She stood behind Gu Changa with Jiang Chuchu. They were half a step behind Yuminkong. Now, she was looking at the brilliance that appeared and muttered to herself softly. She was fully in charge of the casting of the heavenly monument. Therefore, she was very clear about the current exchange standards. Won't it be very difficult to exchange for the celestial bestowment writ in the future? Jiang Chuchu blinked and couldn't help but ask Gu Changa. Gu Changa nodded and said, "It's not so easy to obtain the celestial bestowment writ. Now is the time for these forces to show their determination. They will hesitate and worry that their lifelines will be controlled by me in the future, and they will never be able to make a comeback. However, this is the only benefit and opportunity I'm giving them. Those forces who are watching from behind are cautious. They want to see how the situation changes before making a decision. However, it's precisely because of this that they will miss this best opportunity. If they want to enter the celestial bestowment writ in the future, the price they have to pay will not be so simple." Towards the end, Gu Changa smiled meaningfully. With this explanation, Jiang Chuchu immediately understood. In fact, this was similar to a gambling game. At the beginning, it was a small bet to win a big bet. If the people at the end wanted to continue to take a share of the pie, the price they would have to pay would be even higher. This was actually the simplest form of human nature. As Gu Changa's words fell, boundless immortal light suddenly rushed out from all around the square. There were even illusory images of ancient palaces and pavilions that appeared and condensed there. This was a vast and shocking scene. Everyone saw an ancient celestial land appear there. The palaces and pavilions were grand. Divine halls and temples were everywhere. Immortal mountains were majestic, and immortal mists were thick. The heavenly monuments were trembling one after another. The radiance they released was too resplendent, simply illuminating the entire world. Could this be the real celestial realm or an illusion? Even those who had a foundation were eager to see it. They looked at the shining world, which was filled with a rich longevity substance. The head of the Longevity G family, who was kneeling at the forefront, was unprecedentedly excited. He felt that there was a rich immortal factor enveloping his entire body. Every inch of his pores was devouring and absorbing it, giving birth to a strong desire. This immortal factor seeped from his skin into his lungs, blood, bones, and finally gathered in his spiritual sea. Everyone could see that the clan leader of the Longevity G family was glowing from head to toe. Immortal light was gushing out from the spiritual sea in his abdomen, and a blurry figure of an immortal could be seen sitting cross-legged there, overlooking the world. This was a terrifying aura that had not yet condensed, but it was already intimidating. All the ministers and people in the square were shocked and horrified. This is the power of an immortal. I've been recognized by the celestial bestowment writ. The head of the Longevity G family couldn't hide the joy and excitement on his face. He looked like he was about to ascend into the heavens. Behind him, many of the ancestors of the Longevity G family changed their expressions. Some were excited, some were envious, and some were regretful. The Longevity G family had considered this for a long time before making this decision. After all, these were two immortal artifacts that could suppress one's foundation. It was impossible for them not to feel heartache. Moreover, who knew what kind of shackles and restrictions would be placed on them after they entered the immortal bestowment list? Would it be true that they would be conferred the title of true immortal by the divine nation? Therefore, after thinking for a long time, they unanimously decided to elect this generation's head to test the waters. The head of the Longevity G family had just reached the supreme realm and was extremely far away from the quasi-emperor realm. Even in the Longevity G family, he was just a member of the younger generation, someone who could be replaced at any time by the patriarchs. This is indeed the power of an immortal. The faces of the people of the Longevity G family changed. They sighed and felt regret as they deeply felt the aura that made their hearts palpitate. Compared to the reaction of the Longevity G family, the people of the other orthodoxies were even more shocked. They simply stared at the scene in front of them. Kacha! The sky cracked open, and the immortal bestowment list bloomed with boundless brilliance. Then a hazy radiance sprinkled down. One of the tokens was shrouded in 5-colored brilliance, and finally fell on the head of the Longevity G family. Look! That's the name of the Longevity G family's head. Many ministers exclaimed as they saw the ancient and majestic words appear on the immortal bestowment list with their own eyes. They carried with them an awe-inspiring and sacred radiance. That was the name of the Longevity G family's head. Now, it was engraved on the immortal bestowment list. After sacrificing 2 immortal artifacts, he was recognized as an immortal. This scene was reflected in the heavens. Many cultivators and living beings in the universe saw this shocking scene from a great distance away. The radiance of the immortal bestowment list was so dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. He succeeded just like that. Did we just witness the birth of an immortal? Above the square, immortal mist drifted, and the figures were like a sea. All the ministers were shocked and horrified. They looked at the head of the Longevity G family, kneeling in front of the palace with an expression of ecstasy on his face. He kept kowtowing to Guchanga. I've become an immortal. This is the power of an immortal. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Longevity G family is willing to serve the divine nation forever. The head of the Longevity G family was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Originally, he was a chess piece pulled out to test the waters after the family's decision-making. But who would have thought that he would really obtain unimaginable power on the immortal bestowment list? In the blink of an eye, he was qualified to look down on the Longevity G family and make the ancestors bow their heads. At this moment, his mind was clear, and immortal light was faintly discernible. Chains of order appeared around his hands and feet. He was extremely powerful. Even those who had achieved the Tao and had a foundation that he respected before were frightened by his gaze. They didn't dare to look at him as if they had encountered a terrifying beast. But under Guchanga's gaze, he still felt deep fear. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes countless times with just a thought. If I have the power of the immortal Tao, then His Majesty's current strength, I'm afraid he's already above the immortal Tao. This is too unbelievable. The Longevity G clan's clan master was filled with excitement. This is the power of an immortal. I'm already standing at the peak of this world. One had to admit that this power was extremely attractive and tempting. Even if he knew that there was a bonfire in front of him, he still pounced on it without a care for his life. Zero, the ancestors of the Longevity G family, had mixed feelings at this moment. They were excited, but also indescribably bitter. A junior who casually controlled their fate had become an existence that looked down on them in the blink of an eye. Even they had to respect him. This was a true immortal position. Even if he was appointed by the divine nation and was very different from a true immortal Tao existence, they were still like ants in front of him. Looking at the head of the Longevity G family kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Gu Changa, the ministers and people behind him couldn't help but go crazy. Many of the imperishable orthodoxies were trembling to the extreme. Their ancestors had never given birth to an immortal Tao existence, so they couldn't be called an immortal-level orthodoxy. But today, all of this seemed to be changed. 108 oceanic clans of Wuliang Mountain offer one immortal, refined golden robe and one sacred nine heavens mysterious jade in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Shrine of Conversion offers 36 Tai-Bai Tao swords, one nine-leaf immortal flower, and one earth immortal purifying moon vase in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Golden Divine Clan offers a remnant of the primordial palm, divine pagoda, one purple immortal scripture, and one Haotian, boundless golden body scripture. At this moment, the square was in an uproar. The leaders of the various clans stood up, and none of the ministers could sit still. Zero, even the ancestral patriarchs of the unparalleled celestial dynasty were eager, let alone the others. The immortal bestowment writ shone across heaven and earth, bestowing rays of immortal light, and imprints were imprinted on it one after another. Gu Changa stood calmly at the entrance of the imperial palace. She watched the scene unfold before her eyes. In his opinion, the immortal bestowment writ was only the prelude to the next step of the divine nation's plan to unify the heavens. In the void, his real body sat there cross-legged, and a blurry long river appeared in which different wills rose. What is immortal bestowment? It's just a group of fake immortals, not recognized by the heavens and earth. They are conferred by a country, like drifting without roots, relying on others for their lives. Since ancient times, there has never been such a move. It's tantamount to holding the future of the heavens and earth in his hands. Sooner or later, I will overthrow this dark country. Gu Changa's deep and cold eyes flickered, catching on to the origin of this will. It actually came from a certain space-time in the future. His expression changed slightly. The moment the immortal bestowment writ appeared, its light illuminated the heavens, even reflecting the long river of time. But he didn't expect that it would actually cause a change in the future, giving birth to a divergent. Is this the power of destiny? Gu Changa softly murmured. Through the endless void, he slammed his palm down towards the space-time in the future. The heavens and earth collapsed. The universe fell silent. With a rumbling sound, the river of destiny turned blurry. Next, the young man who made the bold statement stared in shock at the palm that slammed down from the sky. The laws of the heavens and earth retreated. The myriad of Daos hummed in unison. He didn't even have the time to realize his bold statement before he exploded, silently disappearing. It was like he suffered a backlash from the heavens. After that, the heavens and earth returned to silence once more. This didn't involve the power of the long river of time, but the karma of fate played a role. It made Gu Changa feel that the space-time in the future would change. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to traverse the long river of time, but he would have to endure a huge backlash, so it wouldn't be so easy. The Tao of fate was even more mysterious than the Tao of time, and because it was a divergent, it was detached from the established path. Even if it was erased, it wouldn't have any impact on the path of the world, so naturally there wouldn't be a backlash. Chapter 8:15. In the end, the immortal coronation ceremony ended with the 8 immortal realm cultivators being conferred the title. Although the various orthodoxies and families sacrificed many treasures, they were unable to trigger the immortal investiture board. On the other hand, those existences that were conferred the immortal bestowment role were extremely excited. Being supported by the incense of the divine kingdom and being able to obtain the might of the immortal Tao. This was simply an enormous opportunity that allowed one to transform from a mortal into an immortal and ascend to immortality in a single step. Their silhouettes were like blurry deities that were reflected on the immortal investiture board. They were surrounded by immortal light, sacred and powerful, and could easily look down on the other races. However, they knelt respectfully in front of Gu Changa, Yu Mingkong, and the others, knowing full well who had given them all this. Moreover, because a strand of his true soul was entrusted to the immortal investiture board. In the eyes of these conferred cultivators, Gu Changa was no different from the Lord of heaven and earth in ancient times, ruling over all immortals. Although they already had the power of the immortal Tao, they were no different from ants in Gu Changa's eyes. Many forces who had missed out on this opportunity felt deeply pained and regretful. They knew that if they wanted to touch the immortal sealing board again after the celestial investiture ceremony ended, the price they would have to pay would not be so simple. Even the imperishable orthodoxies might not be able to get an immortal investiture board even if they went bankrupt and mobilized the power of their entire clan. Towards the end of the ceremony, many immortal artifacts were thrown into the altar, but there was no reaction at all. The divine monument did not respond, and the immortal investiture board did not shine. The orthodoxies who were the first to show their loyalty were secretly relieved that they were the first to make the sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get an immortal investiture board. Of course, Gu Changa still gave them a chance. Every 100 years, the immortal investiture board would appear again to confer titles. During these 100 years, each orthodoxy could prepare for the next immortal coronation ceremony. Compared to cultivating to become an immortal and going through countless difficulties, they might not be able to reach this step in the end. After entering the immortal investiture board, they would be conferred with the power of the immortal Tao and enjoy an endless life. This was an unimaginable temptation to all races, orthodoxies, and even all living beings in the myriad of worlds. No one was spared from it. Even after the incident, many powerful figures still appeared outside the palace, requesting to see Gu Changa. They wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, no matter the price. They also yearned to become immortals. Since ancient times, even if they used all kinds of secret and forbidden techniques to prolong their lifespans, there would still be a day when they would dry up. In this era, Gu Changa was in charge of the divine nation. Even the evil immortals who appeared in the river of time were annihilated with a wave of his hand. Which of these existences, whose lifespans had been exhausted, would dare to start a dark rebellion? However, Gu Changa did not care about the desire of these people. He directly said that the next immortal coronation ceremony would be held in 100 years. If they wanted to be conferred a title, they would have to find something suitable to trigger the heavenly steel and be recognized by the immortal investiture board within 100 years. The myriad of worlds was incomparably vast, and there were many areas that had not been explored. There were definitely many ancient items or immortal treasures buried in the chaos in those areas. If these people wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, they would have to think of ways to risk their lives and go to those places to search for mysterious items. Ordinary cultivation methods and divine powers could no longer be recognized by the heavenly steel. After the ceremony ended, this matter undoubtedly shook the heavens. Almost all the powerhouses and leaders of the various races and forces gathered in the square that day. However, the heavens were so vast that many races and forces did not come personally, let alone witness this grand ceremony. Of course, there were still news about this matter spreading in various places. Some images were also recorded in shadow stones and ancient books for future generations to see. During this period, divine master temples rose from the ground everywhere. Many cultivators and living beings spontaneously built temples for Gu Changa. Incense was burned all day long, and many cultivators and living beings went to worship every day. The sound of worship and prayers could be heard everywhere in the heavens. Not long after the calamity of Kuan-ji passed, the heavens regained their former prosperity and peace. The various races multiplied and grew stronger. After the immortal investiture ceremony ended, the heavenly Tao steels rose from the ground in various ancient holy cities. They were simple and ancient, and were made of incredible materials. Starting from the physical body realm, the strongest heavens prides of the same realm would be recognized by the heavenly steel if they were listed on this steel. Ordinary cultivators would feel a strong and terrifying pressure before they even got close. It was so strong that their legs were bent and their bodies were about to explode. Facing the heavenly Tao steel was like facing an ancient, true God. Even supremacy realm cultivators would feel fear and could only look from afar. They did not dare to get close. Once the heavenly Tao steel appeared, it immediately caused a terrifying sensation in the myriad of worlds. This was a feat that was even more shocking than the immortal investiture board. After all, it was a list of the strongest heavens' prides since ancient times. How long had it been? No one could say for sure. Even those who had become immortals did not dare to say that they knew all the secrets. However, after Gu Changa established the divine nation, he first set up the immortal investiture board, breaking the rules of cultivation. Then he listed the strongest heavens' pride since ancient times and wanted to set up the heavenly Tao steel. Many forces and orthodoxies realized that Gu Changa's actions were very ambitious. He was probably planning to completely eliminate the authority of the heavenly Tao. If he really succeeded, then the myriad realms would become his back garden. However, for the younger generation, this was an unimaginable opportunity. Not only could they clearly know the gap between them and the strongest heavens' prides since ancient times. Moreover, if they could enter the heavenly Tao steel, they could also obtain a supreme opportunity that could improve their cultivation further. However, from the current situation, the heavenly Tao steel had only just appeared in its embryonic form. It had not really evolved into its true form, let alone listing all the heavens' pride since ancient times. Gu Changa's actions were equivalent to throwing a premonition to all living beings. This also made them understand that in the near future, the heavenly Tao steel would appear in the myriad of worlds, just like the immortal investiture board, and cause a huge change. Besides that, Gu Changa also had plans for the virtual realm. He personally created a Tao Law Dharma body and commanded a mighty army to wipe out the remnants of the great worlds in the depths of various universes since the Forbidden Era. Then he took the source of those remnants of the great worlds and melted them into a cauldron. He planned to sacrifice them to create the virtual realm and guide the 6 paths of reincarnation, the souls of the dead, the spirits of the dead, and the cycle of life. The virtual realm corresponded to the netherworld and the 9 nether hell in legends. If the virtual realm was created, it would definitely affect the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. This was because since ancient times, the operation of heaven and earth was self-contained. Whether the reincarnation of all living beings really existed was another matter. However, Gu Changa's actions were equivalent to snatching the authority of the heavenly Tao and incorporating his thoughts into the operation of the universe. When the virtual realm completely replaced the legendary 9 nether hell, then the cycle of life and death in the world would actually be controlled by Gu Changa's thoughts. Even if his lifespan dried up and his life was exhausted, he would have a way to let him enter the cycle of reincarnation and live another life or even gain eternal life. However, to do so, he might have to pay an unimaginable price. Therefore, the birth of the virtual realm was too difficult. In Gu Changa's opinion, the difficulty was no different from re-establishing the immortal domain and dividing the chaos again. Just the sacrifice of the source of the great worlds had encountered an unprecedented amount of trouble. If the virtual realm is created, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Yellow Springs, and the 9 nether hell must also be included. This is a huge project that can't be completed in a short period of time. Gu Changa's original body sat cross-legged at the end of the boundless void. In front of him was a dazzling divine light and a hazy radiance spread out and sprinkled down. In the surroundings, fist-sized, multicolored fragments of the ancient world's origin were floating up and down. He was smelting these sources in an attempt to sacrifice the virtual realm. However, during this process, there was no so-called nurturing of merit between heaven and earth. There were also no signs of birth. Instead, several bolts of chaotic true lightning struck down in his direction. The 6 paths of reincarnation were within the operation of the heavenly Tao. Gu Changa's current actions were undoubtedly trying to completely eliminate the will of the heavenly Tao. He wasn't surprised that he would suffer such a backlash. However, he had a premonition that something was wrong. This is too difficult. With my current strength, if I forcefully push it, I'm afraid that my body will split open. Gu Changa noticed that a crack had appeared in the space between his eyebrows without him noticing. Following that, a crack also appeared on the spell body that was reflected in the heavenly Tao. In the divine leader temple, incense lingered. Many cultivators and living beings were worshipping the divine leader statue. However, when they suddenly saw a crack appear on it, they were instantly shocked. However, that crack only appeared for a moment before it healed. Many people thought that it was an illusion. In the depths of the void, Gu Changa collected the source of the ancient world that was being sacrificed. The crack between his eyebrows also slowly healed and disappeared in an instant. However, he fell into deep thought. This kind of backlash was inconceivable. Even he didn't notice it, and it happened just like that. There was no trace of warning. If this continued, his spell body would probably shatter. Is the time not right yet? Or is this heaven-defying action unbearable for my current cultivation? Gu Changa pondered. His spirit was very powerful and far exceeded his current strength. However, his current physical body had not experienced the true baptism of the immortal tribulation. It was inevitable that it would cause changes. After thinking about this, Gu Changa decided to put this matter aside for the time being. During this period of time, he had accumulated enough. It was time to receive the true descent of the immortal domain and allow himself to enter the flawless immortal realm. And just as Gu Changa was about to receive the descent of the immortal domain and connect with the upper realm, 3 rumble. In the boundless world sea, shocking waves suddenly appeared. With a splash, the layers of ancient realms in front of them all collapsed and broke, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. In this boundless world sea, there were blurry ships crossing. However, the storm of the great path here was extremely terrifying. Even the true thunder that struck down had terrifying destructive power. The world was vast and the fog was heavy. Wisps after wisps of fog lingered everywhere. One could see ancient realms and great universes rising and falling, and at the place where the sky and earth touched, a layer of blurry mirror appeared. Outside the mirror, there were ancient realms and great universes rising and falling. They overlapped with each other as if they were coexisting. However, at that moment, the world inside the mirror and outside the mirror were slowly coming into contact with each other, and some unknown and strange changes were happening. The places where they came into contact with each other collapsed, disintegrated, and merged at the instant they collapsed. The world barrier disappeared, and at the moment they merged, a new life was born. It was incomparably mysterious. All of this seemed to be happening very slowly, but it was happening in an orderly manner. They collided with each other and then melted. The birth of the sole true world will be soon, really soon. On the blurry ships, there were whispers of ancient gods. There were also indifferent gazes of innate gods watching them, ancient and cold. Chapter 8:16. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The situation in the upper world was becoming more and more stable. Peach Village was now located at the northernmost shore of the divine nation. Even the abandoned land of immortals had been moved to Xian, Ur's palace, by Gu Changa's supreme supernatural power. Xian, Ur's palace, was a vast pure land. In the endless wilderness, there were mountain peaks surrounded by clouds and mist. There were also silver waterfalls and green lakes. It was a verdant land. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere. It was incomparably magnificent. On one side of Peach Village, there was a mountain peak. On the other side, there was a wooing lake from the vast galaxy. The surrounding bamboo forest rustled. There were a few pavilions in the sea of green bamboos. In the wooing lake, there were many rare dragonfish. They swayed their tails and flashed past. Their bodies were sparkling, and their flesh contained shocking divinity. There were also Kuan carps with the Kuan Peng bloodline. It was difficult to find one in the outside world, but there were many here. In addition, there were all kinds of primitive and immortal bloodlines from thousands of realms. They were either tributes from various clans or found in some ruins. But in the end, they all fell into Gu Xian'er's pocket. He had never changed his greedy habit. The environment here was exceptionally quiet. On the side was a divine medicine field that Gu Xian'er had squeezed from Gu Chang'e all these years. Just the sand alone was shockingly valuable. There were spirit-nourishing soil, blood-immortal sand, 5-colored divine soil. Strands of chaotic air filled the air, and various kinds of 5-colored immortal fog filled the air. All kinds of divine medicine were planted. Some were green and sparkling. Some were surrounded by light, and some were bright red. They filled the air with a rich fragrance. Just by smelling it, it was as if one could ascend to immortality. How can you go back on your word in chess? Beside the medicinal field there was a clear lake. The pavilion was next to the palace. Gu Chang'e was playing chess with Gu Xian'er. He was still dressed in green, and his hair was not tied up. He looked particularly lazy. In front of him, Gu Xian'er was holding his chin. His small face was full of embarrassment. "When did you learn how to play chess?" "How come I didn't know?" Gu Xian'er said unhappily. During this period of time, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient chess record from Big Red. It recorded the changes of the stars in the heavens, using the stars as chess pieces. It was incomparably vast. Her interest was piqued, and she had been studying and cultivating this chess record. It just so happened that Gu Chang'e had shown up to see her in the past few days, so she clamored that she would crush Gu Chang'e in chess and convince him wholeheartedly. The result was as expected. Even though she had comprehended the chess manual, she was still no match for Gu Chang'e. She had already regretted several moves. There are thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. The Tao of chess is but a small Tao among them. Your comprehension of the great path is far inferior to mine. You won't be able to gain the slightest advantage even in chess. Gu Chang'e smiled gently and got up from the futon. Naturally, he could see the profoundness of this chess record. However, with his current vision and strength, it was no longer worthy of his attention. There was no need for him to study it. Hearing him say this, Gu Xian'er also understood. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e's strength had become more and more unfathomable. The divine nation ruled the heavens, the incense burned continuously, and the faith was inextinguishable. With just a thought, Gu Chang'e could easily kill a person with a strong foundation thousands of times. "Humph, I know you're very strong, okay? You didn't come here just to find me, did you?" Gu Xian'er snorted softly, then asked again. She could see that Gu Chang'e seemed to have something on his mind. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e did not intend to hide this matter from her. After all, it had something to do with her. "I'm here to look for the big red bird beside you," Gu Chang'e said. During this period of time, he had been trying to guide the celestial region to descend and connect with the upper realm. However, on the path to the immortal ancient continent, he ran into trouble. Hundreds of years ago, when he was still cultivating in the palace of Heavenly Immortal, he learned from Yu Mingkong that the immortal essences were born because that was where the path to immortality led. The sages who had fallen on that path had died countless years ago. Their original essences had scattered, and they had become incomparably precious immortal essences. Because at that time, the celestial gate only appeared in the form of a reflection and did not truly descend, the impact was not very frightening. Guchanga also used the great Dao treasure bottle to resist the pressure and sneaked in. He stole several jars of immortal essences from the hands of many ancient existences. During this time, he was even struck by lightning. His body was charred black, and it took him a long time to recover. Therefore, Guchanga had always guessed that the real path to immortality was in the immortal ancient continent. He used the Tao of Fate to deduce, and found that it was indeed misty there. The heavenly secrets were in chaos, and there was a bit of chaotic light. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that he actually felt a familiar aura there. Later on, after verification, Guchanga found that the familiar aura actually came from the mysterious big red bird beside Guxian. That aura was not left behind in ancient times, but in the current era. It was still very fresh, and it had only happened recently. If his cultivation had not reached the level where he could see through heaven and earth, he probably would not have sensed it. Previously, Guchanga had thought that although the big red bird beside Guxian had a mysterious origin, it would not be too shocking. However, he really did not expect that this big red bird would be related to the path to immortality. "You're here for Big Red?" Guxian was a little surprised. Guchanga nodded and said, "I'm afraid you also know that the big red bird beside you has a complicated origin." Guxian expressed her agreement. Many of her opportunities were found by relying on Big Red. Moreover, the future scene that she saw at the Rebirth Lake was also found by relying on Big Red. Actually, there was no need for Guchanga to say anything. The big red bird had also sensed his intentions. It flapped its wings and flew over from the boundless lake in the distance. However, this time, it did not have the disdainful expression of the past. Instead, it had a sense of vicissitudes. It seems that in the end you still found out it opened its mouth to speak. Although it was a young child's voice, it also carried a sense of regret. A long time ago, when it first came into contact with Guchanga, it felt that Guchanga was incomparably dangerous. His entire body emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. Therefore, it had repeatedly advised Guxian to stay away from Guchanga. However, Guxian this silly girl kept rubbing against it and did not listen to its advice at all. It was also secretly on its guard, wanting to protect Guxian. Fortunately, Guchanga treated Guxian well. He would only bully her verbally. Thus, gradually, the big red bird started to relax. Big Red, it was also the first time that Guxian had seen the big red bird like this. She was even more shocked. Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Why did he feel that the big red bird's origin might not be related to the path to immortality? There should be another reason why it continued to stay by Guxian's side. It was not because Guxian was the daughter of fate. Could it be that Xian this girl, has some other origin that I do not know about? Guchanga thought to himself. There was a trace of confusion on his face. The big red bird seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. There are some things that should be related to you as well. It was obvious that it did not plan to say these words directly to Guxian. It only wanted to tell Guchanga. Seeing this, Guchanga's expression was calm as he followed it. One man and one bird quickly passed through this region of heaven and the boundless starry sky. In the end, they appeared on a vast and prosperous continent. Immortal ancient continent. Seeing this, Guchanga's eyes flashed with realization. He wanted to know what the big red bird wanted to say to him. The two of them had already arrived at the continent outside of the palace of heavenly immortals. It was the immortal ancient continent that Guchanga had been to before. He had previously killed Yiling, who had obtained the reincarnation ancient lord's inheritance. He had also killed Longtongue, the child of fate of Long Ao Tian. He had also left behind a trump card here to rule over the various clans of Immortal Ancient. It was also here that May had completely submitted to him. Demon Master, do you know about 3 lives? After arriving here, the big red bird's expression became more and more ancient. It flapped its wings and landed in a ruin. It had actually guessed Guchanga's origin a long time ago. It was only now that it confirmed it. As for why it was called the Demon Master, where did the Demon Master come from? It did not know. No one in this world knew either. It was as if the Demon Master had appeared out of thin air. Guchanga knew that this ruin was the region where the immortal road had appeared. However, his expression did not change much when the big red bird called him the Demon Master. 3 lives? Past life, present life, future? You want to tell me that Xian'er has 3 lives? He asked with a calm expression. Before the Forbidden Great Era, Gu Xian'er had previously turned into a Tao immortal, wholeheartedly cultivating in the sect Purple Sun little heavenly monarch was in, pursuing the immortal Tao. However, he never expected that before the Great Era collapsed, he would fall in the Great Calamity. His true spirit was not extinguished, reincarnating as Gu Xian'er. This was something Guchanga indeed knew. It is not the meaning of these 3 lives. The big red bird shook its head, its expression complicated. Then it explained. Xian, Ai's current life is her 3rd life. If this life ends, she should continue to reincarnate all the way until she finds her past, undying true spirit. The 3rd life is 543. Before this, Sienna had another life? When he heard this, Guchanga was first stunned. Then he raised his brows. He didn't know anything about this at all. If the big red bird did not speak, he might not have known at all. Before the Forbidden Great Era, there were many extremely glorious and prosperous eras. Immortals and gods were resplendent, innate gods were endless, and 10,000 Daos competed. However, it was also during that era that all immortals and gods were buried. All traces were buried. Those eras were much more terrifying than the Forbidden Great Era. In the world, aside from immortals and gods, there were also gods and races that were born when the heavens were opened, as well as countless true worlds of the same origin beyond the vast expanse. Every true world of the same origin was comparable to this vast expanse of heavens. It can be imagined how vast and majestic it was. The so-called Immortal Ancient Era is actually the era after the Immortal Tomb Era. Part of the withered scenes gradually recovered. It is no longer the same as before. The big red bird said with a bitter smile. It seemed to be reminiscing, but there was more regret and reminiscence. The Immortal Tomb Era is only one of them, Guchanga said softly. The fog in his mind also scattered at this moment, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his brows. The big red bird looked at him and said with a complicated expression, even though that era was extremely resplendent and dazzling, outside the countless true worlds of the same origin, there were 3 supreme true ancestors who looked down on everything. They pushed for the change of eras and ruled over everything. They were the embodiments of the will of the heavenly Tao. They controlled the heavens and maintained the operation of all the rules in the vast expanse of heavens. They were the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was also them. However, it was unknown when they started to have their own emotions, their own selfish desires. Guchanga remained silent. His mind was in so much pain that it felt like it was splitting apart. His originally blank spirit, was now like a mirror. Too much fog was being wiped away. Many memories were awakening. There were memories from the Forbidden Great Era, memories from the Immortal Tomb Era, and even memories from even more ancient times after a long, long time, as if some unspeakable memories were surging out. This world changed. Xian'er is the heir of this true world, then, Guchanga mumbled softly, as for his previous identity as the Armored Demon Master. Speaking of which, it was indeed a disguise. After all, he was one of the 3 true ancestors. Guchanga's lips curled up in a self-mocking smile. Chapter 817. Huge and ancient memories, at this moment, like a dam bursting, crazily emerged in Guchanga's mind. In the calm and quiet spirit sea, a storm was brewing. All sorts of terrifying and mottled auras were gushing out. If one were to look closely, they would discover that colorful and terrifying shackles appeared in Gu Changa's spirit sea. These shackles were breaking apart. Every shackle carried a frightening and strange aura. Celestial light was faintly discernible. The great Tao was resonating. All sorts of multicolored lights were spewing out uncontrollably. What's going on? The big red bird looked at all this in shock. It didn't know what kind of changes were happening to Gu Changa's body. It only felt that his expression was much colder than before. In the depths of his eyes, he didn't hide the fact that he viewed all living things as ants. It wasn't just all living things. It was as if all the realms and the boundless world were ants in his eyes. The sky outside the immortal ancient continent darkened completely at this moment. The stars were hidden, and the dark clouds were boundless. The world was filled with a terrifying aura that made people feel oppressed and terrified. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear this aura and was about to collapse completely. The great Tao rumbled, and the will of the world trembled. All cultivators and living things felt as if they were lowly and insignificant as ants from the depths of their hearts. It was as if some unknown and indescribable existence in the world had awakened. However, this kind of fluctuation disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sky cleared up and the dark clouds dispersed. The sun shone down, and the immortal ancient continent was full of life. The big red bird almost thought that it had seen wrongly. However, it couldn't have seen wrongly. At this moment, Gu Changa's body had indeed undergone some kind of unimaginable change. Although Gu Changa seemed to have returned to normal, there was no abnormality. Since this is Xian Er's third life, then you should have accompanied her in her first life. Gu Changa's expression returned to normal. He looked at the big red bird and asked. Actually, he had also been puzzled before. The so-called Devil Master's memories were too jumbled and vague. Some places were even more ancient, filled with boundless desolation. However, at that time, Gu Changa did not think too much about it. Now that he had recovered his memories, he understood that it was all his original work. To be exact, even the identity of the Devil Master was a lie he had casually laid down. In fact, the myriad of regions in the universe, and even many eras in the past, had existed and perished with a single thought of his. What was different was that the identity of the Demon Master could be considered as a walking identity in that era. But that was it. I am the weapon spirit of Xian Er's heaven-slicing sword. However, after the Forbidden Era, it became the artifact spirit of the door that separated the immortal region from the upper realms. After awakening the memories of his past life, he left his original body and came to the upper realm. He found Xian Er in Peach Village. When the big red bird heard this, it revealed a somewhat aged expression. It shook its head and explained. It also did not know what had happened to Gu Changa just now. To it, whether it was the Devil Master or Gu Changa, they were all like a layer of fog that made it difficult to see through them. The origin of the Devil Master was an eternally difficult mystery. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortals were brilliant. After that, there was the era of buried immortals. There was a long period of time in between, which was the so-called Forbidden Era. The Devil Master was a peerless powerhouse that appeared during the Forbidden Era. Even the immortal palace that ruled the heavens feared him and did not dare to step into the Devil Mountain where the Devil Master resided. As for his origin, the big red bird guessed that it might be related to the era of buried immortals. Perhaps he was a powerhouse that had fallen in the reincarnation cycle or had gone into hiding during the era of buried immortals. Heaven-slicing sword? When Gu Changa heard this name, he was slightly stunned. It was indeed very difficult to connect the Gu Xian that he was familiar with the figure that held the heaven-slicing sword and shouted to kill to the 9 heavens. The battle of the heavens was indeed too long ago. However, reincarnation, this true world had indeed not been eroded, and reincarnation had not been reconstructed. The 6 paths were still standing, and the laws flowed endlessly. However, this was of no use. The world that the upper realm was in was actually just one of the many true worlds. Outside the true worlds, there was still the origin world. However, after countless years of vicissitudes, there was no way to know how many true worlds still existed. Only the origin world was supreme and indestructible. The three origin true ancestors that the big red bird spoke of were the supreme rulers of the origin world. They controlled all the laws of this world, all origins, all matter, space-time, time, karma. They were all products of their will. To be more precise, the three origin true ancestors were the true form of the heavenly Tao. They were formed from the will born from the true supreme, heavenly Tao, and the true concept was indestructible. The heavenly Tao did not have a physical form, but it ruled over all things. However, this kind of formless existence could not make all living things revere it. Hence, at some unknown point in time, the heavenly Tao gave birth to selfish desires and emotions, and the three origin true ancestors appeared. To all living things, the three origin true ancestors were existences that were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They were also born because of this reason. However, all things in this world would have desires as long as they had wills and emotions. Even the heavenly Tao itself was not spared. The three origin true ancestors worked together to create the origin world. They sat in the depths of the supreme void, seemingly emotionless and without desires. However, every time the cataclysm arrived, they would harvest the essences of all the true worlds in the universe and destroy everything. They would carry out a great purge to prevent any heaven-defying existences that could threaten them from being born. At the same time, they would become even more powerful and completely separate themselves from the heavenly Tao. Hence, every time the cataclysm arrived, which was also the time when the origin world was destroyed, everything would be destroyed, including the cultivators, living things, and the 6 Taos of laws. After the cataclysm, the cycle of reincarnation would no longer return. The sky would collapse and the earth would sink. The powerful warriors who died tragically in the past could no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation, and they could no longer be reborn. It was the equivalent of true annihilation. Hence, after the cataclysm, the world would wither. All the true worlds that had been harvested would return to chaos and wait for the heavens to be opened again. They would give birth to new life, and the cycle would repeat itself. This cycle had been repeated for an unknown number of times. However, during this process, there would still be unknown things that could not be avoided. They were the anomalies. Even the three origin true ancestors could not see the anomalies clearly through deduction. Hence, the powerful warriors who survived the Great Purge began to plan for the War of the Heavens. Since the start of the cataclysm, there had been countless War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of the three origin true ancestors, this process would only allow them to get rid of the anomalies more easily. It would not pose any threat to them. In truth, the War of the Heavens had also eased the arrival of the cataclysm because too many powerful warriors had died in that battle. This had also become a method for many true worlds to avoid the arrival of the cataclysm. The eternal worlds and the floating seas are all just a show. There was a hint of self-deprecation at the corners of Gu Changa's lips. Before his memories were awakened, he had always set becoming stronger as his goal. As for why he wanted to become stronger, it could only be said that he wanted to survive in this world and understand his own origins and identity. Now that the fog was blown away, the past surfaced. Everything was like the floating seas, ethereal and unreal, like the moon in the water or the flowers in the mirror. However, by the looks of it, it did not seem to have much of an effect. After all, even he was now an anomaly that could not be predicted. As for the purpose of all this planning and scheming, the reason why he walked the world with the identity of the Devil Master was actually simpler. It was because Gu Changa wanted to devour the other two origin true ancestors and completely erase them. The identity of the Devil Master was just a disguise he had once used to participate in the War of the Heavens. The identity of a transmigrator was just a part of the plan to better suit this anomaly. Gu Chingi is actually the true spirit of this true world. during the first war of the heavens in this world. She was schemed against by my original devil master disguise and saved by coincidence. It was also then that we met, became acquainted. The second war of the heavens, which was before the Forbidden Era, Gu Changa's eyes gradually darkened. Chapter 8:18. Gu Changa's gaze was deep, and many memories surfaced in his mind. They were related to Gu Chingi, the first war of the heavens, and even the Forbidden Era, which was the reason why he destroyed the heavens with one palm before the second war of the heavens. This was all part of his plan. Before the calamity of this world descended, he turned into the demon lord and lived in seclusion in another true world. No one knew his origins. He naturally participated in the War of the Heavens and tried to invade the origin world along with the other powerhouses. After all, if he wanted to hide from the world and the other two origin true ancestors, he had to hide it from himself. Otherwise, his plan to annex the other two origin true ancestors would fail sooner or later. The three of them were the greatest terrors in the world. With a single thought, they could see through everything in the world. They had long stood at the ceiling of the unknown. The concept of cause and effect was invincible, reaching a realm that cultivators could not fathom. They balanced each other and restrained each other. There was even an agreement that every 100 million years, one origin true ancestor would preside over a great purge. Gu Changa, as one of the origin true ancestors, had planned for this for countless years. He had even deliberately created the anomaly who had transmigrated, transcending fate and creating this origin. For the various true worlds, there are many anomalies, and naturally, there are many transmigrators. Since the creation of the world, there had been too many anomalies, and transmigrators were just one of them. What was an anomaly? It was born outside the deduction of the heavenly Tao, and its true origin was a secret. It was very difficult to understand everything through deduction. An anomaly usually had an unfathomable amount of luck. It could change the trend of the heavenly Tao and reach a realm that ordinary cultivators could not reach. How could this be described? For the three primordial true ancestors, they only needed a single glance to know the past, present, and future of the cultivators born in the various true worlds. They would know when they were born, when they fell, when they were reincarnated, and what level they had reached. There were no secrets in this world that they could not know. They controlled the future, understood fate, and understood the heavenly Tao. There was nothing they did not know and nothing they did not know. With a single thought, they could make the various true worlds repeat themselves, and with a single thought, they could make everything return to chaos. However, only the outliers were exceptions. Deviants were beyond the reach of karma and fate, and their origins were a mystery. Even the origin true ancestor would be surprised by this. Moreover, the achievements and heights that deviants could reach were far beyond those of ordinary cultivators and living beings. Many outliers had been born over the eons, and some had even surpassed true spirits and world lords, daring to challenge the primordial true ancestor. Of course, in the end, the outliers all ended up dying miserable deaths. They were dissected, and the primordial true ancestors' understanding of the outliers grew deeper. Therefore, Gu Changa chose to use the identity of a transmigrator as an anomaly to transform into a demon lord and participate in the War of the Heavens in this true world. The other two origin true ancestors had long been aware of these outliers, so they weren't surprised or suspicious at all. They were even waiting for these anomalies to grow to the point where they could stand before them. Even if they reached the level of a world lord and boasted that they could be titled as immortal emperors, they were still like ants in front of the origin true ancestor. In fact, the origin world's true ancestor has never revealed his true form. The figure he showed in the origin world was only the tip of the iceberg. His true form is beyond countless unfathomable dimensions. The so-called War of the Heavens was actually child's play in the eyes of the origin true ancestor. Gu Changa understood this very well. He knew that the strength of the origin true ancestor was like something that shouldn't exist in this world to these cultivators and living beings. This was because the level and latitude were already different. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. A human could crush it into dust with just a light push. The gap between the origin true ancestor and cultivators was much, much more terrifying than the gap between an ant and a human. In this world, only the outliers were truly qualified to grow and stand before the origin true ancestor, but that was all they were. That was why, to scheme against the other two origin true ancestors, I turned into the demon lord using the outliers method and moved through the various true worlds to set up my plans. The true mountain and sea world, which is the true world I am in now, is just one of the true worlds in the true worlds. Guchingi was the true spirit born in this true world. When the calamity descended, he launched the first war of the heavens. Then he turned into the will of the true world and led the other heaven destroyers to attack the origin world. During that battle, he was attacked by the races of the origin world and was heavily injured. I turned into the demon lord and appeared in time to save him as the sage of the other true worlds who attacked the heavens. I then led the other heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world to retreat. Cien Air was one of the heaven destroyers who died in that battle. As the heir of the true mountain and sea world, she was sent to the cycle of reincarnation by Guchingi. Because of that, the true mountain and sea world's calamity was delayed. Many heaven destroyers died in the first war of the heavens. Even Guchingi, who was the true spirit, was heavily injured. The true world's life force withered, and the spiritual aura was thin. It entered the age of chaos, which was also the age of the immortal tomb mentioned by the big red bird. After the age of the immortal tomb, an era of emptiness appeared in this true world. All traces of cultivators were wiped out, and it was difficult for living beings to gain sentience. Only after an endless amount of time did the situation improve, and the spiritual aura in the world recovered. Traces of cultivators appeared. Tao sects were built, and Tao orthodoxies and sects rose in great numbers. The true mountain and sea world regained its life force, and some of the heaven destroyers who were sent to the cycle of reincarnation also began to reincarnate and enter the path of cultivation. And to prevent the other two origin true ancestors from suspecting me, I personally took action and caused the calamity to descend earlier in an attempt to destroy the outlier. At that moment, the true mountain and sea world had yet to return to its peak. It was not even 1/10 of its original state. Guchingi was worried and discussed with my demon lord body in an attempt to find a way to break the calamity. That was the reason why the Forbidden Era was born. The demon lord destroyed this true world with one palm strike, and it became a taboo. Many thoughts surfaced in Gu Changa's mind. In truth, many things had become clear at that moment. It was as if the clouds had been parted, and everything had become clear. Before the Forbidden Era, the second war of the heavens had not even begun, but the calamity had already descended. If they did not make preparations, then this true world would completely return to the void. The cycle of reincarnation would be destroyed, and the powerful warriors who had once died would have their final true souls destroyed and truly disappeared from the world. That was why Guchingi had discussed with him and set up a scheme to make things fall apart. She had sunk the true world heavens, causing everything to fall back into the cycle of reincarnation. This had caused the true mountain and sea world to once again delay the calamity from descending. As the demon lord, he naturally became the scapegoat for this act, and he became a taboo figure feared by the later generations. Of course, all of this was very simple to say now. In order to do all of this, Guchingi had also paid a great price. This was because she knew that doing so might incur the wrath of the ruler of the origin world. Her wrath would affect Guchanga, and he would easily end up with his body and soul destroyed and unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In order to play along, Guchanga had even thought of sending a heavenly tribulation of wrath from beyond the endless void to personally destroy the demon lord's anomaly avatar. Of course, this was also part of her plan. Guchingi had long since expected that she would incur the wrath of punishment from the origin world. That was why she had long since planned and discussed with Guchanga. She had used a forbidden art to send a wisp of Gu Changa's true soul into the cycle of reincarnation to avoid being completely destroyed and reincarnated in the future. However, Gu Qingyi did not know about Gu Changa's true identity. She had always treated him as the demon lord, waiting for the day when he awakened and regained his memories. There were many taboos in between because of the word anomaly. She was worried that the ruler of the origin world would awaken ahead of time and notice that the anomaly was still alive. That's why I've been playing along with her all this while, and also playing the role of the anomaly. My goal is to wait for this anomaly to grow to a level comparable to myself, and then join forces to suppress the other two origin true ancestors. After all, I know myself best, and only then do I know what kind of power I need. Gu Changa's expression returned to calmness. Awakening many memories at this time was not a bad thing for him. At least for now, he was acting according to the plan and there were no loopholes. Simply put, he was currently using the anomaly's method to train on the path of a smurf. His goal was to grow to the level of a main character. Then, the two of them would become one, and through various arrangements, he would suppress the other two origin true ancestors, and thus take what he believed to be the final step. Then Gu Changa and the big red bird moved and stepped onto the immortal road that existed outside the immortal ancient continent. Brilliant light blossomed from it, and then there was even an astonishing immortal will that flowed. The immortal light was brilliant, and it was incomparably thick. A blurry and faint path that looked like a huge crack appeared in the sky above the ruins. At that moment, even all the races in the immortal ancient continent felt the ripples. They were incredibly shocked and thought that the immortal road had reappeared and that the ancient scene was replaying itself. The immortal region and the upper world were connected to each other, and today the environment had changed drastically. On the way to the immortal road, there was also an unpredictable change that caused the immortal road to be cut off, and it was difficult to truly come into contact with it. The big red bird also said bluntly that the immortal region had changed. After the Forbidden Era, many changes had caused the true mountain and sea world of the future to be fragmented. In a complete true world, besides the upper world and the immortal region, there was also the true Een world, which was the foreign world that the natives of the true mountain and sea world spoke of. However, the immortal region was fragmented, and the laws of heaven and earth in the upper world were incomplete. They could not form the complete true Yang world, and there was also a huge gap between them and the real true mountain and sea world. Boom! Gu Changa and the big red bird followed the blurry passageway and entered. A vast and terrifying ancient aura immediately pressed down on them, but the moment it landed on their bodies, it disappeared without a trace. This immortal road has already been destroyed. Gu Changa looked at the desolate and dilapidated scene before him and shook his head lightly. Compared to when he first entered, the difference was who knew how many times worse. In fact, he could even see the end of the road. There was a thick blood-red light that filled the air, dyeing the sky red. Chapter 819. At the end of this path, one could see a sky full of red clouds. Endless bloody light pervaded the air, as if heaven and earth were weeping blood. It was incomparably shocking. Even the entire dome of heaven fell into that strange and palpitating bloody color. This was an unimaginable dead end. It was like walking on the edge of a cliff. Bloody red fog pervaded the air, and a slightly fishy cold wind blew. There were ancient traces around. Those were the broken walls of the heavenly pavilions. There were also some remnants of stars that fell from who knows where, smashing out 10,000 feet deep craters. Some lakes had long dried up. It was not like the scene Gu Changa saw the last time he came. In those lakes, some corpses could be seen. Some were as tall as the Golden Giant. Such a majestic mountain peak collapsed in that place. There were also some sparkling and translucent corpses that flowed with radiance. They were very small and elegant. They should have been peerless beauties when they were alive. Other than that, there were the corpses of various races. There was a huge group of corpses like true dragons, as well as various types of phoenixes. In the deep craters on both sides of this place, too many corpses were buried, densely packed. The last time Guchanga came here, he saw a vast expanse of verdant scenery. Heaven and earth were shining, and there was the aura of the immortal Tao pervading and interweaving. But now, all that was left was a desolate ruin. During this period of time, a terrifying battle took place here. Those bloody lights were still fresh, not left behind from the ancient times. Now, even the end of this path collapsed. A terrifying great rift valley appeared there, completely separating heaven and earth. Some stars fell here. Boundless chaotic chi pervaded the air, and there was also a bloody mist that blew in from who knows where. Even the creatures who set foot here would find it difficult to find the path ahead, to find the true immortal domain. Before the immortal burial era, this path was actually the heavenly path opened by all living beings who killed their way to the source world. The vast and mighty army was buried here. After countless eras, some have already decayed, and some are still buried in the depths, waiting for the day they rot. The big red bird flapped its wings and followed behind Guchanga. Looking at this scene, it said with an incomparably complicated expression, in a daze, it saw that mighty and indomitable era again. All the wise men of the past who challenged the heavens charged forward, one after another, disregarding life and death. Its originally cold blood also gradually heated up. You should still remember the result of the War of the Heavens. They are all losers. There is nothing to reminisce about. Guchanga's calm words were like a basin of cold water that was suddenly poured on the big red bird's head, causing its hot blood to cool down. It was filled with astonishment and a bitter smile. Indeed, these were the losers of the Battle of the Heavens. So what if they gave it their all? In the end, they still fell on that path, and they didn't even have the qualifications to kill their way into the origin world. A bunch of losers who were unwilling to die. Guchanga wasn't as sentimental as the big red bird, and it was impossible for him to feel as deeply as the big red bird. Although in the eyes of the big red bird, he was one of the top leaders in the War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of Guchanga, these losers were no different from ordinary ants. He could not understand their so-called hot-bloodedness. In his eyes, how many times had the War of the Heavens happened in the countless and unimaginable epics? It was truly uncountable. The true world was vast, and before the arrival of the calamity, there would always be some fish that managed to escape and survive. Some of the powerful warriors who understood the truth beforehand gathered together on their own in an attempt to change this unchanging fate. Again and again, it was like reincarnation, but also not reincarnation in the eyes of the true ancestor of the origin. These were fish that tried to jump out of the river. But once they did, they dried up and died on the beach. The celestial region can't come into contact with the higher worlds right now. A shocking change might have happened. Is it because of the other true worlds? Or is it because of the other world? Guchanga and the big red bird continued forward. At the end of the path, they saw a majestic stone door. However, there was an abyss in the middle. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom, as if it had been cut off by some terrifying power. They could not pass through it. The stone door was majestic and tall. It stood at the end of the path, and it was dyed in the color of blood. There were traces of a great battle around it, and it was filled with a terrifying presence that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the moment anyone approached it, their physical body would explode. From this, it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful the owner of the blood was. This is the world's end path to heaven. If you don't have the power of an immortal king, you won't be able to cross it. It is also the greatest barrier that separates the higher worlds from the celestial region. In this abyss, there are countless supreme warriors who tried to cross but fell to their deaths, the big red bird said with a complicated expression. It was once the vessel spirit of the stone door in front of them. Once it regained its memories, it used an incredibly unique method to split off a part of its soul and pass through the seal in front of them. That was how it managed to come to the higher worlds. Zero, its true body, was still in the stone door in front of them. Gu Changa nodded. She was very clear about the things the big red bird said. Back then, the earth's end to heaven's path was also established by Gu Chingi. There was a divine region that restricted space for 1,000,000 lis in this place. If it was complete, it could stop immortal kings from crossing it. But since countless eons had passed, it might have lost most of its effectiveness. The reason why the world's end path to heaven appeared was not because the laws of the higher worlds were broken and could not accommodate power that surpassed the immortal realm. Instead, it was because the higher worlds needed a relatively peaceful and stable environment for the later generations to reproduce and recover. In this vast true heavens world, besides facing the Aeon calamity, they also had to guard against the invasion of other true worlds. Zero, the essence world, extended to all heavens. Due to the existence of the 3 true essence progenitors, many terrifying forces of power were born under them. These forces of power either occupied some true worlds or launched the gray, white, and black tricolored great ritual in the essence world to get rid of some of the restless elements beforehand. After all, the Aeon calamity existed to cleanse the true worlds and restore order to the level that the true ancestors approved of. This so-called great ritual was to destroy the universe and restore order. But in truth, it was also to destroy the world, or to sacrifice all living beings to pray to the 3 true ancestors to obtain supreme power or authority. The true ancestors were omnipotent, so they could easily bestow eternal life and higher realms to those races. In the face of the Aeon calamity, not everyone had the courage to become a heaven destroyer. Boom! After that, Gu Changa brought the big red bird and walked forward. He was about to cross the abyss when a terrifying sound came from below. All kinds of seals were activated, and a peerless killing intent burst forth. It was like a supreme sword aura that pierced through the space and landed in the higher worlds. It cut down countless stars and shocked countless living beings and cultivators. However, Gu Changa's expression did not change. He walked forward as if he was walking on flat ground. There seemed to be a vague aura flowing around him. All the brilliance that landed on his body disappeared without a trace. It could not stop his footsteps. He soon brought the big red bird to the door in front of him and stopped. It was as if he could see the situation on the other side through the door. "I can open this door," the big red bird said confidently with a nostalgic look in its eyes, because its main body was here. Chapter 8:20. The majestic stone gate had simple and unadorned stone patterns. It was dyed with the color of blood, and there were a few areas that were damaged. It was extremely simple and unadorned. Meanwhile, when Gu Changa brought the big red bird here, this stone gate seemed to have produced some type of reaction. Those damaged areas produced luster, and then they became extremely dazzling. The big red bird was extremely excited. It never thought that there would be a day when it could come here again. Its figure became indistinct, turning into a streak of divine light, about to rush into the stone gate. However, Gu Changa's eyes moved slightly, suddenly taking action to stop it. This stone gate already lacks life force. Your original body might have long disappeared. He spoke, his tone calm without any fluctuations. The big red bird's figure froze, forcibly stopping in front of the stone gate, watching everything in disbelief. Its figure went from indistinct to solid again. Then it landed in front of the stone gate. In the end, it seemed to have calmed its mind, and only then did it reveal a bitter smile. It really has already disappeared. I can't sense its existence anymore. Back then, this stone gate could stop 10,000 horses and thousands of soldiers, but now it's damaged. In the end, it was just a strand of Tao soul that separated from the original body for the sake of finding Gu Xian, Er's reincarnation. The true original body was actually entrusted to this stone gate. What exactly happened? Were these bloodstains left behind in recent years? The big red bird spent a long period of time to recover from its grief. It had no choice but to accept this reality. Gu Changa nodded lightly. He could tell that this was some type of shocking change that appeared in a mortal domain in recent years. Moreover, some time ago, he tried to guide a mortal domain's descent, but in the end he failed. When the higher realms world laws made contact with a mortal domain, there was an exceptional and boundless killing intent that could cleanse everything, purify all evil. This meant that there were extremely powerful experts in a mortal domain who took action, stopping everything. Perhaps they wanted to use this method to protect the higher realms, Gu Changa guessed. He thought of the so-called foreign realm. When the true world was born, the yin and yang energies separated, creating the yin-yang true world. Before the Forbidden Great Era, the higher realms and immortal domain were both part of the true yang world. The opposing side was the true yin world. In the eyes of the true yang world, the true yin world was a foreign land. They fought all year round and had conflicts that were difficult to reconcile. Some of the races from the true yin world had been accepted by the ancient Tao orthodoxies in the origin world. Protect the upper realm? When the big red bird heard this, its body trembled. It suddenly thought of something, revealing an expression of disbelief, but it was also full of bitterness. Among the true worlds, the true mountain and sea world could be considered to be one of the best. However, countless eons had passed, and many true worlds had been destroyed in the long river of time. Right then, if the true mountain and sea world wanted to return to its former glory, besides defending against the great enemy from the other world, they also had to face enemies from other true worlds. Some of the world spirits from the true worlds did not hesitate to use the Tao systems of the races in their world to fight against the worlds and devour the essences of other true worlds to strengthen themselves. This was a common occurrence since the ancient epoch. It was even crueler than the cataclysm. Gu Changa nodded slightly. He felt that there was a high chance that the abnormal changes in the celestial region were caused by a great war. Some invading races were trying to find the source of the true mountain and sea world and track down the whereabouts of the higher realm. No matter what, the roots of the true mountain and sea world were in the higher realm. Besides, according to Gu Chingi's plan, most of the heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world were still in the cycle of reincarnation. There were many people who had reincarnated in the higher realm, but they had yet to awaken their past memories. Then Gu Changa's gaze landed on the magnificent stone door in front of him. It seemed to be able to support the sky, and he could not see the sky above his head. Heavenly connection, absolute ground. Those 4 words made people's souls tremble and their hearts pound. They were clearly very sacred, but there was also a great awe-inspiring presence that made people's nascent divinities tremble. A shocking change has occurred in the celestial region. It is impossible to open the door from here. I wonder if the Devil Master has a way. The big red bird flapped its wings as it flew around. In the end, it could not help but ask in a daze. It felt that it could not open the door. It really wanted to know the current situation in the celestial region. However, if one wanted to open the door, they had to at least have the strength of an immortal king. However, in the current higher realm, even if the environment changed, who had the strength of an immortal king? Even though Gu Changa was mysterious and unfathomable, his strength unimaginable, it still couldn't break this rule. Boom! However, right when the big red bird thought this, its eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Changa's expression was calm. There was an indistinct aura swirling around his body. He placed his palm in front of him and pushed lightly. This was an extremely shocking change. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast opened its eyes. Even though there was a dazzling rain of light, it was also incredibly terrifying. The simple and ancient stone door released a light that penetrated through the ages. It was too pure and holy, as if it was the first ray of light after the world was opened, leading to immortality and eternity. All types of imprints appeared on the stone door, describing the secrets of the opening of the heavens, the mysteries of primal chaos. Many natives appeared, but they were too blurry, unable to be seen clearly. Faint and unhurried Tao sounds traveled over, cleansing one's soul, making one feel as if they were about to complete an evolution. This stone door was pushed open, producing cracks. A rain of blood seeped out from within, dripping down, directly smashing into the surrounding stone walls. The scene was too shocking. The big red bird was shocked by this scene to the point where it couldn't say anything. Could it be that Guchanga now already had strength comparable to an immortal king? At this moment, Guchanga's figure was indistinct and hazy, as if a sphere of light flickered about, as if he could command the heavens, make the endless creatures of the cosmos bow down and worship him. He was high up above, directly pushing open that stone door. Immortal domain and the higher realms were connected because of him. This place erupted with endless light, directly illuminating all sides of the cosmos. The radiance rushed out from a mortal ancient continent, illuminating the higher realms. Many cultivators and creatures of the cosmos sensed the fluctuations from that place, feeling extremely shocked. They saw endless light appear at the limits of heaven and earth. An indistinct path connected that place. Then a type of strange aura descended. The natural laws of heaven and earth began to evolve, spiritual essence continuously surging. The Tao achievers of various clans and inheritances, as well as those with deep foundations, sensed this the most deeply. They were all stupefied in place, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that immortal domain descended? They muttered. They felt like the higher realm's natural laws were undergoing an unimaginable change at this time. Could this be characters from before Immortal Ancient? Meanwhile, on a ruined great land, it was extremely primitive. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, but there were also tribes and clans that lived here. A group of young men and women were currently exploring a ruin that suddenly appeared. Right now, a young lady was currently looking at a stele in front of her with shock, saying this in shock. The characters on it were extremely unfamiliar, not modern-era characters. Moreover, this stele for them was incomparably ancient. 10,000 years was already an immeasurable amount of time, let alone millions of years. They were currently studying the characters on this stele, wishing to understand that extremely glorious and resplendent era. Their ancestors didn't die after 100 battles, hot blood surging, for the sake of resisting the other side. Even if they had to die 10,000 times, they still didn't feel any regret. Every time they heard the elders in the tribe talk about this damaged ancient history, they could feel that type of unyielding battle intent flowing through their blood vessels. Hung Long Long, there are descendants of immortal domain here. Suddenly, heaven overflowing killing intent pervaded this place. A group of foreign creatures appeared, riding vicious beasts moving through the heavens, about to wreak havoc on this ruined great land. Search for the past immortal domain descendants. Now, there were creatures from both immortal domain and the other side who lived here. However, there were previously immortal domain creatures who survived, hiding in various places, the most powerful individuals disdaining to personally search for them. They were precisely the targets of the foreign clans. Not good. On this primitive great land, the expressions of many elders and men changed greatly, immediately becoming pale. Ha ha ha, we found it again. There are still descendants of immortal domain here. This group of prey, none of you are to fight over them with me. This group of foreign creatures were all laughing loudly, sitting on the vicious beasts, as if they were gods high up above, overlooking this tribe of several thousand people. They were extremely cold, and also extremely cruel, high up above, carrying the ridicule of a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this time, all of the men in this tribe stood out, no fear on their faces, only unswerving determination. They held weapons, protecting all of their wives and daughters behind them. The old, and wives and daughters behind them were also firm, not panicking, not saying anything. The backbone of immortal domain's remnant clans would never fall. Truly boring after all. This scene made all of the foreign creatures feel like it was meaningless, their mocking smiles disappearing, becoming cold and detached. After all, they couldn't see the fear of facing death and despair. This type of slaughter made them feel extremely bored. Kill them. The leader among them spoke. All of the foreign creatures began to draw their bows and nock their arrows. However, right at this moment, in the depths of this ruined great land, endless light erupted. One could vaguely see a gate that pierced through the sky dome, connected to a boundless and vast world. All types of void figures rushed out. This group of foreign creatures were all incredibly shocked by this scene, the shock in their eyes difficult to hide. Someone reacted. Even more so couldn't help but mutter excitedly, "Western Immortal Domain has long been destroyed, trampled upon by my clan's most powerful individuals." Then what is this? It is rumored that Western Immortal Domain hides a mysterious path and gate. When Western Immortal Domain's king died, he used unmatched divine abilities to conceal it. However, the experts of all clans have always been searching for it. Could it be that it appeared today?